Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
Have you ever wondered why some people consistently drain your energy, disrupt your peace, or let you down when you need them most? In the journey of life, the company you keep profoundly impacts your mental and emotional well-being. Drawing on the timeless wisdom of Stoicism, this guide will help you recognize and distance yourself from unreliable personalities that can sabotage your happiness and personal growth. Stoicism, an ancient philosophy, offers practical insights into cultivating resilience, maintaining inner peace, and building meaningful relationships. By understanding the traits of unreliable individuals, such as narcissists, gossipers, provocateurs, and others, you can make informed decisions about who to trust and who to keep at arm's length. Each type of personality we'll explore poses unique challenges, but by applying Stoic principles, you can navigate these relationships with wisdom and clarity. Number 1, narcissists. Narcissists are individuals who are excessively self-centered, prioritizing their own needs and desires above those of others. They often have an inflated sense of their own importance and a deep need for admiration. From a Stoic viewpoint, narcissists are unreliable because they lack empathy and consideration for others. Their self-absorption means they are often unable or unwilling to recognize or address the needs and feelings of those around them. This makes forming a genuine, supportive relationship with them difficult, if not impossible. Imagine you have a friend who always dominates conversations, steering every topic back to their achievements or problems. When you share a personal issue, they might offer a quick, superficial response before shifting the focus back to themselves. If you rely on them for emotional support, you're likely to be disappointed, as their concern rarely extends beyond their own interests. In a professional setting, a narcissistic colleague might take credit for your ideas, leaving you feeling undervalued and resentful. Their need for admiration can lead to unethical behavior, such as manipulating situations to ensure they are always in the spotlight, regardless of the impact on others. To protect your well-being, Stoicism advises maintaining a healthy distance from such individuals. Recognize their behavior for what it is and manage your expectations accordingly. Seek relationships where mutual respect and empathy are present, allowing for a more balanced and supportive connection. 2, gossipers. Gossipers spread secrets and information about others without discretion, creating an environment of distrust and instability. Stoicism values discretion and integrity, qualities that gossipers lack. This makes them unreliable companions who can cause harm through their loose talk. Consider a colleague who's always eager to share the latest office rumors. You might initially find their stories entertaining, but soon you realize that nothing you say to them remains private. If they share someone else's secrets with you, it's only a matter of time before your own confidences become public knowledge. This constant breach of trust can lead to a toxic environment where people are always wary of being the next subject of gossip. From a Stoic perspective, it's important to associate with individuals who uphold the values of trust and integrity. To protect your peace of mind, Avoid sharing personal details with gossipers and seek out friends who respect confidentiality and promote positive, meaningful conversations. 3. Provocateurs. Provocateurs consistently provoke irritation through subtle provocations, disrupting peace and harmony. Their behavior contradicts the Stoic principle of maintaining tranquility and equanimity. Imagine a friend who enjoys making snide remarks about your choices, whether it's the clothes you wear or the hobbies you enjoy. Their comments are often disguised as jokes, making it hard to address them directly. Over time, these provocations chip away at your self-esteem and create a constant state of tension. Stoicism teaches us to maintain inner calm and not be swayed by external irritations. Dealing with provocateurs requires setting clear boundaries and not letting their behavior disturb your peace. Surround yourself with people who support and uplift you, fostering an environment of mutual respect. 4. Indecisive individuals. Indecisive individuals constantly waver in their decision-making, leading to unpredictability and instability. Stoicism values clear and rational decision-making, which indecisive people lack, making them unreliable. Picture a friend who can never decide on plans. One moment they agree to go out, the next they change their mind, leaving you in a state of limbo. Their inability to commit causes frustration and hinders your ability to make firm plans. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of making decisions based on reason and clarity. To avoid the chaos that indecisiveness brings, seek relationships with individuals who are decisive and consistent, ensuring a stable and reliable social circle. 5. Two-faced people. Two-faced people appear friendly but spread rumors behind your back, betraying trust and loyalty. This behavior makes them unreliable and harmful. Imagine a co-worker who is always friendly to your face but constantly criticizes you to others. You might find out through a mutual friend or a slip of the tongue, leaving you feeling betrayed and hurt. Their duplicity creates a hostile environment where trust is undermined. Stoicism values honesty and integrity. To protect yourself, it's crucial to recognize and distance yourself from two-faced individuals. Build relationships with people who are genuine and trustworthy, fostering a supportive and honest network. 6. Overly curious people. Overly curious people have an insatiable curiosity, often driven by envy, intruding on your privacy and disrupting your peace. Their behavior can lead to unnecessary stress and discomfort. Imagine a neighbor who always asks intrusive questions about your personal life. They might seem friendly, but their relentless curiosity makes you feel exposed and uncomfortable. Over time, you realize their interest is driven by envy, and their constant probing starts to feel invasive. Stoicism teaches contentment and minding one's own business. To maintain your peace, limit your interactions with overly curious individuals and set boundaries to protect your privacy. Surround yourself with people who respect your space and promote a sense of calm. 7. Universal friends. Universal friends seek approval and popularity, often lacking genuine loyalty and commitment. Their need to please everyone makes them unreliable. Think of a friend who is friendly with everyone, but never truly there for anyone. They might be popular and well-liked, but when you need support, they are nowhere to be found. Their superficial relationships offer little in terms of genuine connection and support. Stoicism values deep, meaningful relationships over superficial connections. To ensure reliability in your social circle, cultivate friendships with individuals who are committed and loyal, providing a solid foundation for mutual support and understanding. 8. Perpetual critics. Perpetual critics habitually criticize others, undermining self-esteem and fostering negativity. Their constant criticism suggests a lack of virtue and can be draining. Imagine a family member who always finds something to criticize them about you, whether it's your career choices or your lifestyle. Their relentless negativity wears you down as it makes you question your decisions. Stoicism encourages constructive feedback and personal growth, not constant criticism. To foster a positive and uplifting environment, distance yourself from perpetual critics and surround yourself with supportive individuals who encourage your growth and well-being. Now, saying constant problem makers. Constant problem makers are always embroiled in conflicts and dramas, often due to self-sabotage. Their behavior disrupts harmony and creates unnecessary stress. Imagine a friend who's always involved in some drama, whether it's a feud with a co-worker or a crisis in their personal life. Their problems inevitably spill over into your life, causing additional stress and tension. Stoicism teaches resilience and focusing on what can be controlled. To avoid unnecessary drama, seek relationships with individuals who promote peace and stability, allowing you to maintain a balanced and stress-free life. 10 fake listeners. Fake listeners pretend to listen but are not genuinely engaged in conversations. This lack of empathy and respect makes them unreliable. Consider a friend who nods along while you speak but never remembers anything you've said. Their inattentiveness makes you feel unimportant and unheard, undermining the foundation of your relationship. Stoicism values genuine connection and understanding. To foster meaningful relationships, engage with people who truly listen and show empathy, ensuring mutual respect and trust. 11. Manipulative individuals. Manipulative individuals use deceit and emotional manipulation to achieve their goals, undermining trust and stability in relationships. Their actions can lead to a toxic environment where genuine communication and mutual respect are eroded. Imagine a partner who manipulates situations to their advantage, making you feel guilty for things that are not your fault. Their constant manipulation creates a power imbalance and leaves you feeling trapped and powerless. Stoicism advises caution with such individuals to maintain personal integrity and peace. Recognize manipulative behavior and distance yourself from it, seeking relationships based on honesty and mutual respect. 12 chronic complainers. Chronic complainers consistently focus on the negative and blame external circumstances for their issues. Their perpetual negativity can drain emotional energy and foster a pessimistic outlook. Imagine a colleague who always complains about work, the weather, and everything in between. Their negativity is infectious, making the work environment gloomy and demotivating. Stoicism teaches the value of resilience and focusing on what can be controlled. To maintain a positive outlook, distance yourself from chronic complainers and surround yourself with individuals who take responsibility for their actions and strive for positive change. In conclusion, in our journey through life, the people we surround ourselves with play a crucial role in shaping our experiences and emotions. Recognizing and distancing ourselves from unreliable personalities is not just an exercise in self-preservation. It's a step toward a more fulfilling and harmonious existence. By applying the wisdom of Stoicism, we can cultivate relationships that nurture our well-being and foster an environment of mutual respect and genuine support. Imagine a life where your interactions are filled with trust, understanding, and positivity. Picture yourself thriving in a community that encourages your growth and stands by you through thick and thin. This is not just an idealistic dream. It's an achievable reality when you consciously choose to distance yourself from those who drain your energy and disrupt your peace. As you move forward, carry with you the insights and lessons from Stoicism. Embrace the power of discernment in your relationships, cherishing those who uplift you and gently letting go of those who bring you down. In doing so, you honor your own worth and pave the way for deeper, more meaningful connections. Remember, the quality of your relationships directly impacts your happiness and overall life satisfaction. By making thoughtful choices about the company you keep, you create a sanctuary of stability and joy. A true reflection of your inner strength and resilience. Here's to building a life filled with trust, harmony, and unwavering support. One wise choice at a time.
Deception. It's such a peculiar thing, isn't it? The subtle art of concealing the truth, of twisting reality ever so slightly. We humans are strange creatures. We long for truth, yet we hide behind our own masks. And here's the paradox. Sometimes the ones we trust the most, the people who are closest to us, are the ones who engage in these little deceptions. It's not always out of malice, but often out of fear or insecurity. A desire to keep the world from seeing something too raw, too real. I remember a time when I believed I could always tell when someone was lying to me. Perhaps you've thought the same. We like to think we're good judges of character, that we can see through the veil of falsehood. But as life has a way of teaching us, reality is far more subtle, far more intricate. A lie is rarely obvious. It slips between words, in a slight change in expression, in the way someone's body turns away ever so slightly. Imagine, if you will, a person sitting across from you. They're speaking, and everything seems fine. But then you notice something. A slight hesitation, a shift in tone, a laugh where it doesn't belong. It's as if the truth is shimmering beneath the surface, almost calling out to you, yet still hidden. And in that moment, you can either turn away, choosing to preserve the comforting illusion, or you can look deeper, daring to see what lies beneath. So let us explore this together, not in judgment, not in suspicion, but in curiosity. Let's examine the subtle signs that someone might be hiding the truth from us. For these little tells, these small clues, are part of the rich tapestry of human behavior. And perhaps, in understanding them, we don't just learn how to see through deception. We learn a bit more about ourselves, our own hesitations, our own illusions. Are you ready to see beyond the mask? Let's dive in. 1. Laughing off serious topics. Have you ever tried to bring up something meaningful with someone, only to have them laugh it off like it's nothing? I know I have, and it's frustrating. At first it might seem like they're just trying to keep things light-hearted or avoid making the conversation too serious. But over time, you start to realize that this habit of laughing things off is more than just a quirky response. It's a way of dodging accountability. When someone brushes off serious issues with a chuckle or joke, they're not just avoiding the conversation, they're hiding from the truth. In one of my past relationships, I often felt disconnected, like we were slowly drifting apart. I'd try to bring it up, hoping we could talk it through, but every time I'd get that same awkward chuckle and a dismissive, "Oh, you're just overthinking it. Relax." At first, I let it slide. I convinced myself maybe I was being too intense, or maybe they were just uncomfortable with these kinds of talks. But the truth was, their laughter wasn't about me, or even about keeping things light. It was a shield against having to confront deeper issues. Here's the thing. Using humor to dodge serious topics isn't innocent. It shuts down the conversation, making it impossible to address the root problem. We're conditioned to think laughter is always a good thing, but when it's used to deflect, it creates a barrier to real communication. The more I allowed this to happen, the harder it became to feel connected. It's like a roadblock went up every time I tried to approach the truth, keeping us stuck in surface-level interactions. The deeper issue here is about emotional maturity. If someone can't talk about serious topics without trying to make a joke out of it, they're signaling that they're not ready or willing to be vulnerable or accountable. And that's a big problem. Real relationships need honest conversations, even if they're uncomfortable. If they laugh things off, don't let it slide. Ask, "Why is this funny to you?" Or, "Can we talk about this seriously?" Because humor shouldn't be a wall between you and the truth. When people avoid real talk, it's not just a small issue. It's a barrier to genuine connection, and that's something no relationship can survive. 2. Micro-expressions of guilt or fear. I used to think I was good at spotting lies until I learned about micro-expressions. These tiny, almost imperceptible facial expressions can reveal emotions like guilt or fear, no matter how hard someone tries to hide them. Think about it. A slight twitch in their brow, a flicker of discomfort in their eyes, or even a quick tightening of their lips. We don't usually notice these things, but once I started paying attention, I realized how much people's faces can give away. For example, I once had a friend who was late for a meetup. When I casually asked why, they shrugged it off with some vague excuse. But there was a fleeting look of panic, just for a second. It was so brief, but it was there. My gut told me something was off, but I brushed it aside. Later, I found out they'd actually been lying about where they were, and that quick micro-expression was a dead giveaway that I missed. Micro-expressions are fascinating because they're genuine. These aren't practiced, rehearsed responses. They're spontaneous reactions our bodies can't control, even when our minds are trying to be deceptive. Now, whenever I'm in a conversation and something feels off, I watch for these micro-expressions. They might only last a split second, but they're real indicators of hidden feelings. It's like seeing behind the mask for just a moment, catching a glimpse of what's actually going on. It sounds intense, but learning to notice micro-expressions has changed the way I interact with people. I no longer feel in the dark when something feels off. Instead, I trust my instincts and look for those subtle signs of guilt or fear. It's not about being paranoid, it's about being aware. We often talk about listening to words, but sometimes faces tell a much clearer story than anything else. So, if you're getting mixed signals from someone, pay close attention to those tiny changes in their expression. They might be giving you the truth they're not saying. 3. Body language. Body language can say more than words ever could, especially when it comes to honesty. I used to ignore subtle shifts in body language, thinking they were insignificant. But as I became more aware, I started noticing that people's actions often spoke louder than their words. One clear example: when someone's body is subtly turned away from you, even if they're engaged in conversation. I'll give you an example. I once had a friend who, whenever we discussed anything personal or uncomfortable, would slowly turn their body away. It was almost unconscious. At first, I thought I was reading into things, that maybe they just had a weird way of sitting. But the more it happened, the clearer it became. They'd shift away, crossing their arms or even looking around as if searching for an exit. Body language isn't accidental. When someone can't fully face you, it's often because they're hiding something or feeling uncomfortable with the conversation. It's almost as if their body is trying to physically escape the truth. And, just like with micro-expressions, these actions aren't calculated. They're raw, involuntary responses. When you notice someone's body turned away, especially during an important conversation, pay attention. It's a clue that something deeper might be going on. Over time, I've learned that if someone truly values honesty and connection, they'll face you directly, no matter how difficult the topic. They won't shy away or hide with their body. So if someone's angling away from you mid-conversation, it's not just bad posture. It's a subconscious sign that they're not entirely comfortable with the truth, and maybe they don't want you to see it either. 4. Changing the subject. Have you ever been in a conversation where you bring up a serious topic and suddenly the other person changes the subject? It's like a game of verbal dodgeball. You throw them a serious question and they instantly shift to something trivial. I used to think they were just scatterbrained or easily distracted, but now I know better. When someone frequently changes the subject during critical discussions, it's often because they're avoiding the truth. I experienced this firsthand in a past relationship. Every time I tried to discuss future plans, where we'd be in a year, our goals, even how we'd handle tough situations, the conversation would suddenly steer towards something totally unrelated, like dinner plans or a random funny story. I brushed it off at first, telling myself they were just uncomfortable with the topic, but deep down, I knew something was wrong. Changing the subject isn't just a harmless shift in conversation, it's a tactic to dodge uncomfortable truths. And what I learned was that if someone truly respects you, they'll stay with you in those hard conversations. They won't take an escape route to avoid the issues. Sure, these topics can be uncomfortable, but genuine relationships are built on facing them head-on, not steering away. If you notice this in someone, it's okay to gently bring them back to the original topic. It might feel awkward, but it's a way of keeping them accountable. And if they continue to change the subject, take it as a sign. It's not about making them uncomfortable. It's about knowing that truth requires presence. Real conversations don't hide in the safety of unrelated topics. They're about facing what matters, even when it's tough. 5. Excessive justifications. One thing I've noticed about people who are hiding something is that they often feel the need to over-explain. Rather than giving a simple answer, they pile on details, making their story sound like they're trying a little too hard to be believable. I used to think that extra detail was a sign of openness, but over time, I realized it can actually be a sign of deceit. Imagine asking someone a simple question like, "Why were you late?" And instead of a quick response, you get a long, drawn-out explanation. They start talking about every single red light, the traffic they hit, the exact sequence of events that led to them being late. It's like they're building a wall of words to cover something up. Now, I'm not saying everyone who over-explains is lying, but when explanations feel overly polished and rehearsed, it's worth paying attention. I once had a friend who did this constantly. Every time I asked them something small, they'd go into a monologue of justifications. At first, I thought they were just detail-oriented, but after a while, I started wondering why they felt the need to justify everything so thoroughly. It turned out they were hiding other things, using these justifications as a smokescreen to avoid suspicion. If you find someone excessively justifying their actions, ask yourself why. Honesty usually doesn't need a lot of padding. A straightforward answer is often enough. So if someone gives you an overly elaborate story, consider that it might be covering something up. Sometimes, the more people explain, the less they're actually telling you. Trust your gut on this one. 6. Vagueness when pressed for specifics. Nothing is more frustrating than trying to get a clear answer from someone who's being intentionally vague. You ask a direct question, expecting a straightforward answer, and instead you get something like, "Oh, things are moving along," or "We're in the early stages." It's like they're throwing words at you without giving you any real information. I used to think it was just their way of avoiding the question, but now I know that vagueness often points to something deeper. One time, I had a co-worker who loved talking about all the big projects they were working on, but whenever I'd ask for specifics, what companies they were collaborating with, the status of the project, they'd respond with these vague, almost poetic descriptions. No names, no facts, just a lot of empty words. Eventually, I found out that many of these projects were either stalled or completely fabricated. They relied on vague language to keep people from pressing further. Vagueness, I've learned, is a shield. People use it to avoid accountability because it's easier to backpedal on a vague statement than on a concrete detail. If someone truly has nothing to hide, they won't mind giving you specifics. So if you notice someone dodging details, take it as a sign. Ask a few follow-up questions, and if they keep dancing around the answer, there's likely a reason for it. Vagueness can seem harmless, but it's often a telltale sign of something being hidden. 7. Inconsistent stories. One of the easiest ways to spot a lie is by paying attention to inconsistencies in someone's story. If someone is telling the truth, their story usually stays the same, even when repeated. But when someone's lying, they tend to forget details or change parts of their story without realizing it. I've learned to notice these small changes because they often signal something bigger. Once, a friend told me about an amazing job offer they received, with all the perks and benefits. But the next time they brought it up, a few details had shifted. They mentioned a different job title, a new location, and even changed who had interviewed them. These were minor discrepancies, but they added up, making me question the entire story. Eventually, I found out they'd exaggerated parts of the offer, trying to make it sound better than it actually was. Inconsistent stories are like loose threads. Pull on them, and the whole thing starts to unravel. When you notice these discrepancies, don't ignore them. Ask for clarification and see if the story holds up. People who are telling the truth usually don't mind repeating themselves or correcting small details. But a liar's story is often inconsistent because they're trying to keep track of too many falsehoods. Consistency is a hallmark of honesty, so trust your instincts when things don't add up. 8. Defensiveness. Have you ever asked someone a simple question and been met with an over-the-top defensive reaction? I have, and it's almost always a sign that something's wrong. Defensiveness can be a natural response to criticism, but when it's an extreme reaction to a harmless question, it often means the person is hiding something. In college, I worked on a group project with someone who would react defensively every time I asked for an update. Even a casual, "How's it going with the report?" would set them off, accusing me of micromanaging or not trusting them. At first, I brushed it off, thinking maybe they just didn't like being managed. But over time, I realized that their defensiveness was actually a sign of guilt. They hadn't been doing their part of the project and were trying to cover it up. People who are being honest don't usually feel the need to defend themselves so aggressively. They're calm, straightforward, and open. On the other hand, someone with something to hide will go into overdrive, turning the tables to make you feel like you're the one being intrusive. If you encounter this type of defensiveness, don't back down. Take it as a cue to look closer because, more often than not, it's a sign that something's being hidden. 9. Not listening. Listening is a basic part of communication, but many people don't truly listen. They're just waiting for their turn to speak. This isn't just a conversational faux pas. It can actually be a sign of deception. When someone's lying or hiding something, they often can't fully engage because they're preoccupied with managing their own narrative. I used to know someone who would nod and smile during conversations, but rarely responded in a way that made me feel heard. Whenever I'd ask them something important or try to discuss an issue, they'd give quick, shallow responses or change the topic entirely. At first I thought it was just their personality, but eventually I realized they were hiding things, using this lack of engagement as a way to avoid going deeper. Not listening isn't just disrespectful, it's a red flag. If someone truly values you and is being honest, they'll be engaged in the conversation, actively listening and responding meaningfully. But when they're checked out or only half listening, it's often because they're more focused on what they're hiding than on the actual discussion. Trust your intuition when someone isn't fully present. It's a clue that something might be off. 10. Over-polished details. One of the biggest red flags I've learned to watch for is when someone's story sounds too perfect. Real life is messy and unpredictable. It rarely follows a flawless script. When someone's story is packed with overly polished details, it can be a sign that they've rehearsed it, constructing a perfect narrative to avoid suspicion. I once knew someone who loved telling stories that sounded like they were straight out of a movie. Everything was dramatic and timed to perfection, with every detail perfectly placed. They'd recount scenes with cinematic clarity, down to the exact time, weather, and background noise. I loved the stories at first, but then I started wondering how they could remember everything so perfectly. Eventually I found out they had exaggerated many parts, crafting these stories to sound more impressive. Over-polished stories can be captivating, but they're often too good to be true. Real memories are rarely flawless. They're filled with small imperfections. So if someone's story sounds like it was rehearsed for the big screen, take a step back. Ask a few clarifying questions and see how they respond. If the details start to unravel, it's likely that they're not being entirely truthful. People who have nothing to hide don't need their stories to be perfect. They just need them to be real. And so, we arrive at the end of this little exploration, our journey through the mysterious terrain of truth and deception. It's fascinating, isn't it? The subtle signs, the nuanced gestures, the half-hidden glances, all small ripples on the surface of a vast, complex human experience. Perhaps now you see that detecting a lie isn't about seeking to expose others or holding ourselves above them. Rather, it's about cultivating awareness, about learning to tune into the delicate dance of honesty and concealment that we all, in our own ways, participate in. In understanding these signs, you're not just learning how to spot a lie, you're inviting yourself to look more deeply, to be more present with others and, most importantly, with yourself. For isn't it true that the more we seek honesty in others, the more we must embrace it within ourselves? The masks we wear, the illusions we cling to, they're not just out there in the world of others. They're within us as well, woven into our own habits and fears. So, I encourage you to reflect. What have you seen in yourself and others that hints at a concealed truth? Where have you observed these small ripples, these delicate signs that speak louder than words? And what, if anything, will you do differently now that you know? Please share your thoughts. I'd love to know what you've discovered, what insights have arisen as we've delved into this strange and wonderful topic together. After all, understanding is something we build together. So, let's keep the conversation going and see where it leads.
and celebrate surviving tough days. It means to appreciate your resilience in the face of adversity. For example, after a particularly challenging workday, take a moment to acknowledge your strength and treat yourself to a relaxing evening. 2. Avoid permanent decisions based on emotions. It means to refrain from making life-altering choices when you're in an emotionally charged state. For instance, instead of quitting your job impulsively after a heated argument with a colleague, give yourself time to cool down and assess the situation objectively. 3. Kindness returns in multiples. It means that the compassion and generosity you show others will come back to you in greater measure. A real-life example is when you help a struggling co-worker with a project, and later they go out of their way to support you during a difficult time. 4. Embrace change. It's the only constant. It means to accept and adapt to life's ever-evolving nature. For example, if your company undergoes a merger, instead of resisting the new management structure, approach it with an open mind and look for opportunities for growth. 5. Learn from past pain. It means to use your experiences of hurt and disappointment as lessons for personal growth. For instance, if a past relationship ended due to trust issues, apply that knowledge to build stronger, more transparent connections in the future. 6. Be true to yourself, even if hated for it. It means to stay authentic and stand by your values, even in the face of criticism or disapproval. A real-life example is choosing to pursue a career in the arts despite family pressure to follow a more traditional path. 7. Invest in lifelong learning. It means to continually seek knowledge and skills throughout your life. For example, attending workshops, reading books, or taking online courses to stay updated in your field or explore new interests. Artistes de boutique, c'est ça, the titan de tout somme. 8. Bad company is worse than none. It means that being alone is preferable to surrounding yourself with negative or toxic people. An example is choosing to spend a weekend by yourself, rather than going out with friends who constantly engage in gossip or destructive behaviors. 9. Time reveals true intentions. It means that people's genuine motives and character become apparent over time. For instance, a new acquaintance may seem charming at first, but as you interact with them more, you might discover that their actions don't align with their words. 10. Prioritize health and well-being. It means to make your physical, mental, and emotional health a top priority. Real-life applications include maintaining a balanced diet, exercising regularly, seeking therapy when needed, and setting boundaries to protect your peace of mind. 11. Control your thoughts. It means to actively manage your mindset and focus on positive, constructive thinking patterns. For example, when faced with a challenging situation, choose to view it as an opportunity for growth rather than a roadblock. 12. Embrace occasional failures. It means to accept that setbacks are a normal part of the learning and growth process. A real-life example is when an entrepreneur's first business venture doesn't succeed, but they use the experience to refine their strategy and try again. 13. Be patient. Everything comes in time. It means to trust in the natural unfolding of life and avoid rushing or forcing outcomes. For instance, when working towards a long-term goal like a degree or a promotion, stay consistent in your efforts and believe that your hard work will pay off in due course. 14. Appreciate those who value you. It means to cherish and nurture relationships with people who genuinely care for and support you. An example is making time to connect with a friend who always listens without judgment and offers encouragement during tough times. 15. Take action or face regret. It means to seize opportunities and pursue your goals, rather than letting fear or indecision hold you back. A real-life example is deciding to take a solo travel adventure despite initial hesitations and discovering a newfound sense of independence and self-confidence. 16. Silence is golden when angry. It means to refrain from speaking or acting impulsively when you're feeling frustrated or upset. For instance, if a co-worker makes a snide comment during a meeting, take a deep breath and choose to address the issue calmly and professionally later, rather than reacting in the moment. 17. Direction matters more than speed. It means that having a clear vision and purpose is more important than rushing through life aimlessly. A real-life application is taking the time to reflect on your values and passions before committing to a career path, rather than just choosing the quickest or most convenient option. 18. Learn from every experience. It means to approach life with a growth mindset and seek lessons in both positive and negative situations. For example, if a project at work doesn't go as planned, take note of what strategies didn't work and brainstorm ways to improve for future endeavors. 19. Release grudges as they poison you. It means to practice forgiveness and let go of resentment, as holding on to anger only harms your own well-being. An example is choosing to forgive a family member who wronged you in the past, not necessarily for their benefit, but to free yourself from the burden of bitterness. 20. Face fears. It means to confront your anxieties and step outside your comfort zone in order to grow and expand your horizons. A real-life example is signing up for a public speaking course despite a fear of presenting in front of others and discovering a hidden talent for communication. 21. Show interest to be interesting. It means to actively engage with others and demonstrate curiosity in their lives and perspectives. For instance, when attending a networking event, focus on asking thoughtful questions and listening attentively to the people you meet, rather than just trying to promote yourself. 22. Cultivate gratitude daily. It means to make a conscious effort to appreciate the good things in your life, no matter how small. A real-life application is keeping a gratitude journal and writing down 3 things you're thankful for each day, even on challenging days. 23. Be yourself regardless of others' opinions. It means to stay true to your authentic self and not let the judgment or expectations of others dictate your life choices. For example, if you have a quirky sense of humor, embrace it and don't feel pressured to change just to fit in with a more serious crowd. 24. Trust actions, not words. It means to base your judgments and decisions on observable behavior rather than empty promises. A real-life example is when evaluating a potential business partner. Look at their track record of follow-through and reliability, not just their persuasive pitch. 25. Pursue what you really want. It means to have the courage to go after your true desires and passions, even if it means taking risks or going against societal norms. For instance, if you've always dreamed of starting your own business, take steps to make it a reality, even if it means leaving the security of a traditional 9-to-5 job. 26. Value your time. Not everyone deserves it. It means to be selective with how you spend your time and energy, and prioritize people and activities that align with your values and goals. A real-life application is learning to say no to social invitations or requests that don't serve you in order to make room for more meaningful engagements. 27. Wealth simplifies life. It means that financial security can provide a sense of freedom and ease, allowing you to focus on other important aspects of life. For example, having a solid savings cushion can give you the flexibility to take time off work to care for a loved one, or pursue a creative project without worrying about immediate income. 28. Don't feel guilty for doing what's best for you. It means to prioritize your own well-being and make choices that align with your needs and values without feeling beholden to others' expectations or demands. A real-life example is declining an invitation to a family gathering that you know will be stressful and triggering in order to protect your mental health. 29. Create your own family. It means to build a support system of chosen loved ones, whether they be friends, partners, or mentors, who provide a sense of belonging and unconditional acceptance. For instance, if you've experienced trauma or estrangement in your family of origin, cultivate close bonds with people who feel like home to you. 30. Strength comes from overcoming hurt. It means that resilience and personal growth often stem from navigating difficult experiences and emerging on the other side. A real-life example is someone who goes through a painful divorce, but uses the experience as a catalyst to rediscover their independence and build a fulfilling new chapter in their life. 31. Money isn't everything, but helps solve problems. It means that while financial success shouldn't be the sole focus of life, it can provide resources and opportunities to address challenges and improve quality of life. For instance, having a stable income can allow you to access quality healthcare, pursue education, or invest in a passion project. 32. Self-respect trumps emotions. It means to prioritize your own dignity and boundaries, even in the face of strong feelings or desires. A real-life application is choosing to end a romantic relationship that's no longer healthy or fulfilling, despite still having love for the other person. 33. Be kind, but don't let others use you. It means to approach others with compassion and generosity, but also set clear limits and avoid enabling manipulative or exploitative behavior. For example, if a friend consistently borrows money without repaying, kindly but firmly communicate your boundaries and suggest alternative resources for support. 34. Accept life's changes. It means to embrace the inevitable shifts and transitions that occur throughout the journey of life and adapt with flexibility and grace. A real-life example is when a job opportunity requires relocating to a new city. Choose to view it as an exciting adventure rather than a daunting upheaval. 35. Heal without venting to everyone. It means to be discerning about who you share your personal struggles and vulnerabilities with, and prioritize inner work and self-care in the healing process. For instance, when going through a difficult breakup, lean on a few trusted confidants for support, but also make space for solo reflection and activities that bring you peace and clarity. 36. Live life fully. It means to embrace all the joys, challenges, and possibilities that life has to offer and make the most of each moment and opportunity. A real-life application is saying yes to new experiences, like trying a foreign cuisine or learning a new skill, even if it feels intimidating at first. 37. Discipline is self-respect. It means that holding yourself accountable to your goals and values is a form of self-love and personal integrity. For example, sticking to a regular exercise routine, even when you don't feel motivated, is a way of honoring your commitment to your physical and mental well-being. 38. Stay strong even when things fall apart. It means to maintain a sense of inner resilience and hope, even in the face of setbacks or disappointments. A real-life example is when a cherished friendship ends. Allow yourself to grieve the loss, but also trust in your ability to heal and form new connections. 39. Walk your own path. It means to trust your own intuition and forge a life journey that is authentic to your unique purpose and passions. For instance, if you feel called to pursue a career in the arts, follow that path even if it doesn't align with your family's expectations or societal norms. 40. Say no without guilt. It means to set boundaries and decline requests or invitations that don't serve your well-being without feeling a sense of obligation or self-doubt. A real-life application is turning down a weekend trip with friends because you need alone time to recharge, and trusting that true friends will understand and respect your needs. 41. Avoid gossip. It means to refrain from engaging in or perpetuating negative or unverified talk about others, and instead promote a culture of respect and integrity. For example, if a co-worker tries to draw you into speculation about another colleague's personal life, gently change the subject or suggest focusing on more constructive topics. 42. Keep plans private until achieved. It means to be discerning about sharing your goals and aspirations, and wait until you've made tangible progress before announcing them to others. A real-life example is working on a novel manuscript without telling everyone in your social circle, to avoid feeling pressured or discouraged by premature opinions or expectations. 43. Cherish sweet memories. It means to hold close the precious moments and experiences that bring joy and meaning to your life, and use them as a source of comfort and inspiration. For instance, when feeling homesick or lonely, reflect on happy childhood memories or times spent with loved ones to evoke a sense of warmth and connection. 44. Learn by listening to others. It means to approach interactions with an open and curious mindset and seek to understand and learn from the perspectives and experiences of those around you. A real-life application is attending a community forum on a social issue you're unfamiliar with, and focusing on absorbing the insights and stories shared rather than asserting your own views. 45. Let go of anger. It means to release feelings of resentment or bitterness and choose forgiveness and peace for your own emotional freedom and well-being. For example, if a past betrayal by a friend still stirs up anger, practice letting go of the hurt and focusing on the positive relationships and experiences in your present life. 46. Everyone has limits. It means to recognize and respect the boundaries and capacities of yourself and others, and avoid placing unrealistic expectations or demands. A real-life example is when a colleague is going through a personal crisis, offer support and understanding rather than pressure them to maintain the same level of work performance. 47. Loneliness often accompanies self-improvement. It means that the journey of personal growth and self-discovery can sometimes feel isolating, as you may outgrow certain relationships or social norms. For instance, when working on overcoming addiction or negative behavior patterns, you may need to distance yourself from enabling friendships or environments, even if it means spending more time alone. 48. Choose friends wisely. It means to be discerning about the people you allow into your close circle and prioritize relationships that uplift, support, and challenge you in healthy ways. A real-life application is evaluating a new social connection based on their values, reliability, and positive influence on your life, rather than just surface-level fun or popularity. 49. Be good without proving it. It means to act with integrity and kindness for its own sake, rather than seeking validation or recognition from others. For example, volunteering at a local shelter or donating to a cause you believe in without posting about it on social media or expecting praise in return. 50. Stay patient for the best outcomes. It means to trust in the power of perseverance and timing, and avoid rushing or forcing results before their natural unfolding. A real-life example is when applying for a competitive job or program. Continue putting forth your best effort and trust that the right opportunity will come at the right time, even if it means facing rejection or delays along the way. 51. Handle adversity to succeed. It means that facing and overcoming challenges is a necessary part of achieving meaningful success and growth. For instance, if a startup business faces initial setbacks or financial struggles, view them as opportunities to learn, adapt, and build resilience rather than signs of failure. 52. Accept criticism, not disrespect. It means to be open to constructive feedback and use it as a tool for self-improvement, but also set boundaries against personal attacks or malicious comments. A real-life application is when receiving a performance review at work. Listen objectively to areas for growth while also advocating for yourself if the criticism feels unfair or biased. 53. Failure is a temporary setback. It means to view missteps or unsuccessful attempts as part of the learning process rather than a permanent reflection of your abilities or worth. For example, if you don't get accepted into your top choice college, use the experience as motivation to reassess your goals and explore alternative paths to success. 54. Focus on yourself. People come and go. It means to prioritize your own personal development and well-being rather than relying solely on external relationships for a sense of identity or purpose. A real-life example is pursuing a hobby or passion that brings you joy and fulfillment, even if it means spending less time socializing or pleasing others. 55. Be yourself despite judgment. It means to stay true to your authentic self and values, even in the face of criticism or disapproval from others. For instance, if you have a unique fashion sense or unconventional career path, embrace your individuality and trust that the right people will appreciate and support you for who you are. 56. Your dreams are your responsibility. It means that the pursuit and achievement of your aspirations ultimately depend on your own actions and commitment. A real-life application is creating a vision board or action plan for your long-term goals and holding yourself accountable to taking consistent steps towards them, rather than waiting for external validation or opportunities. 57. Control your mind or someone else will. It means to actively shape your own thoughts and beliefs, rather than allowing external influences or societal pressures to dictate your mindset. For example, If you're surrounded by negative news or social media content, make a conscious effort to seek out positive and uplifting information to maintain a balanced perspective. 58. Be loyal or stay single. It means to prioritize commitment and integrity in romantic relationships and avoid engaging in deceptive or hurtful behavior. A real-life example is choosing to have an honest conversation with your partner about your needs and boundaries, rather than seeking validation or intimacy from outside the relationship. 59. Attachment causes suffering. It means that clinging too tightly to people, possessions, or outcomes can lead to disappointment and pain when they inevitably change or disappear. For instance, if a cherished belonging gets lost or broken, practice accepting the impermanence of material things and finding contentment in the present moment. 60. Know your limits as a giver. It means to be aware of your own emotional and energetic capacity and avoid overextending yourself in the service of others. A real-life application is setting aside dedicated time for self-care and rest, even if it means saying no to additional volunteer commitments or favors for friends. 61. Overcome obstacles as long as you're alive. It means to cultivate a spirit of perseverance and determination, and trust in your ability to navigate challenges as long as you have life and hope. For example, if facing a serious health issue or financial setback, focus on taking small, manageable steps forward and finding strength in the support of loved ones and inner resilience. 62. Take finances seriously. It means to prioritize responsible money management and long-term financial planning, rather than impulsive or short-sighted spending. A real-life example is creating a budget or savings plan to work towards a major purchase or investment like a home or education, and being willing to make necessary sacrifices or lifestyle adjustments. 63. Ignore those who try to bring you down. It means to protect your self-esteem and motivation from negative or discouraging comments from others. For instance, if a family member criticizes your career choice or creative pursuits, choose to focus on the opinions of supportive mentors or your own inner conviction, rather than internalizing the negativity. 64. Learn from losses. It means to view failures or setbacks as valuable opportunities for growth and self-reflection. A real-life application is after a failed business venture or job loss, taking time to assess what strategies or skills could be improved, and using those insights to inform future efforts and decisions. 65. Beware the power of stupid people. It means to be cautious of the potential harm or confusion that can be caused by misinformed or misguided individuals, especially in positions of influence. For example, when evaluating a news source or social media post, take time to verify the credibility and expertise of the author before accepting or sharing the information. 66. Expect nothing, appreciate everything. It means to approach life with an attitude of openness and gratitude, rather than a sense of entitlement or expectation. A real-life example is when receiving a gift or act of kindness from a friend. Express genuine appreciation for the thought and effort, regardless of the material value or personal preference. Scene 67. Loneliness often accompanies self-improvement. It means to be prepared for feelings of isolation or detachment as you grow and evolve, as your change in values and priorities may not always align with those around you. For instance, when embarking on a personal development journey, like therapy or spiritual practice, be patient with yourself if you feel disconnected from past relationships or social circles. 68. Say no firmly. It means to communicate your boundaries and decisions with clarity and confidence, without leaving room for ambiguity or pressure. A real-life application is when declining an invitation to a party or event that doesn't align with your goals or values. Express your decision politely but unequivocally, without making excuses or apologies. 69. Maintain privacy for power. It means to be selective about the personal information and vulnerabilities you share with others in order to maintain a sense of autonomy and control over your narrative. For example, when starting a new job or social circle, be mindful of the details and opinions you reveal about your past experiences or relationships until you've built a foundation of trust and rapport. 70. Not everyone will like you. That's life. It means to accept that seeking universal approval or validation is an unrealistic and unhealthy goal, and to find self-acceptance and contentment within yourself. A real-life example is when facing criticism or rejection from a peer or authority figure. Remember that their opinion is just one perspective and does not define your inherent worth or potential. 71. Agree to disagree. It means to accept and respect differences in opinions or beliefs without letting them escalate into hostile or unproductive conflict. For instance, when discussing a controversial political or social issue with a friend or colleague, focus on finding common ground and understanding each other's perspectives rather than convincing them to adopt your view. 72. Other people's opinions are irrelevant. It means to prioritize your own values, goals, and self-assessment over the judgments or expectations of others. A real-life application is when making a major life decision, like a career change or move to a new city. Trust your own intuition and research over the doubts or unsolicited advice of others. 73. Avoid going broke to impress others. It means to resist the temptation to overspend or live beyond your means in order to gain social status or acceptance. For example, when attending a wedding or event, choose an outfit or gift that fits your budget and personal style, rather than feeling pressured to match the extravagance of others. 74. Balance success and humility. It means to strive for achievement and recognition while also maintaining a grounded and modest perspective. A real-life example is when receiving an award or promotion at work. Express gratitude for the support and contributions of your team or colleagues, rather than solely focusing on your own merits. 75. Make peace with your past. It means to process and release emotional burdens or traumas from previous experiences in order to live more fully and freely in the present. For instance, if a past relationship or family conflict still triggers feelings of anger or shame, consider seeking therapy or counseling to work through the unresolved issues and develop healthy coping strategies. 76. Value experiences over material possessions. It means to prioritize the acquisition of meaningful memories, skills, and relationships over the accumulation of physical goods or wealth. A real-life application is choosing to invest in an educational workshop or volunteer trip rather than a luxury designer item or trendy gadget. 77. Nobody likes arrogance. It means that displaying an air of superiority or self-importance is often off-putting and detrimental to forming positive connections with others. For example, when meeting new people at a social event, focus on asking questions and showing genuine interest in their lives and perspectives, rather than dominating the conversation with boasts about your own accomplishments. 78. Stay calm for clearer thinking. It means to cultivate a state of mental and emotional equilibrium in order to make more rational and effective decisions. A real-life example is when facing a high-pressure situation at work, like a tight deadline or unexpected crisis. Take a few deep breaths and gather all relevant information before reacting or committing to a course of action. 79. Heartbreak can improve your vision. It means that the pain and disillusionment of a failed relationship can ultimately lead to greater self-awareness, resilience, and clarity about your needs and boundaries. For instance, after a difficult breakup, take time to reflect on the patterns or red flags you may have overlooked and use those insights to guide your future partnerships and self-growth. 80. Don't over-explain. People hear what they want. It means to communicate your thoughts and decisions with clarity and concision, without feeling the need to justify or defend yourself excessively. A real-life application is when setting a boundary with a pushy salesperson or acquaintance. Simply state your position or preference firmly and succinctly, without engaging in prolonged arguments or negotiations. 81. Master yourself for true power. It means that the greatest source of influence and control comes from self-awareness, discipline, and emotional regulation, rather than external force or manipulation. For example, when navigating a challenging relationship or conflict, focus on managing your own reactions and behavior in a manner that aligns with your values and goals, rather than trying to change or control the other person. It's a day deep dance teaching. 82. Surround yourself with better people. It means to cultivate relationships and environments that inspire, challenge, and uplift you to grow and succeed. A real-life example is joining a professional network or mentorship program in your field, where you can connect with experienced and accomplished individuals who can offer guidance, encouragement, and constructive feedback. 83. Honesty earns trust. It means that consistently telling the truth and following through on your word is essential for building credibility and respect in your relationships. For instance, if you make a mistake or fall short on a commitment, own up to it promptly and sincerely, and take steps to make amends and prevent future occurrences. 84. Stress teaches lasting lessons. It means that difficult or uncomfortable experiences can often provide valuable insights and skills for personal and professional development. A real-life application is when dealing with a demanding boss or challenging work project. Look for opportunities to learn new problem-solving strategies, communication techniques, or coping mechanisms that can benefit you in the long run. 85. Believe actions over words. It means to place more weight on observable behavior and follow through than on verbal promises or claims. For example, when evaluating a potential romantic partner or business collaborator, pay attention to how their actions align with their stated values and commitments over time, rather than being swayed by initial charm or persuasion. 86. Be forgiving and understanding, but not foolish. It means to approach conflicts and mistakes with empathy and grace, while also maintaining appropriate boundaries and expectations. A real-life example is when a friend or family member repeatedly flakes on plans or borrows money without repaying. Express your care and concern for their well-being, but also set clear limits on your availability and resources. 87. Don't compare your journey to others. It means to focus on your own path and progress, rather than measuring yourself against the timelines or achievements of those around you. For instance, if you're working towards a personal goal, like learning a new language or saving for a down payment, celebrate your own milestones and efforts, even if they differ from the pace or outcomes of your peers. 88. Learn from every day. It means to approach each day with a mindset of curiosity, open-mindedness, and reflection in order to extract wisdom and growth from both positive and negative experiences. A real-life application is keeping a daily journal or gratitude practice where you can record insights, challenges, and breakthroughs and track your own evolution over time. 89. Your life is your responsibility. It means that you are ultimately accountable for the choices, actions, and consequences that shape your life journey, rather than blaming external factors or individuals. For example, if you're unhappy with your current job or living situation, take proactive steps to explore alternative options or make necessary changes, rather than waiting for circumstances to shift on their own. 90. Society's advice often lacks insight. It means to be discerning about the social norms, expectations, and recommendations that are widely accepted or promoted, as they may not always align with your unique needs, values, or context. A real-life example is when considering a major life transition, like getting married or having children. Trust your own instincts and priorities over the generalized timelines or pressures of cultural traditions or media depictions. 91. Be grateful for small things. It means to cultivate a sense of appreciation and contentment for the everyday blessings and comforts in your life, rather than always striving for more or comparing yourself to others. For instance, when feeling stressed or overwhelmed, take a moment to savor a simple pleasure, like a warm cup of tea or a beautiful sunset, and let that gratitude ground and recharge you. 92. Use solitude to reconnect with yourself. It means to carve out intentional time and space for self-reflection, introspection, and personal growth, away from the distractions and demands of social interactions. A real life application is scheduling regular solo dates or retreats where you can engage in activities that nurture your mind, body, and spirit, like reading, hiking, or practicing a creative hobby. 93. Stay patient for the best outcomes. It means to trust in the natural unfolding of your journey and avoid rushing or forcing results before their optimal timing. For example, when working towards a significant goal, like launching a business or finding a life partner, focus on consistent effort and self-improvement rather than getting discouraged by temporary setbacks or delays. 94. Start now to change your ending. It means that the choices and actions you take in the present moment have the power to shape your future circumstances and outcomes. A real-life example is when facing a health scare or wake-up call. Use that motivation to make immediate changes to your lifestyle or habits, rather than waiting for a more convenient or comfortable time to start. 95. Heal without venting to everyone. It means to be selective and discerning about the people and spaces you share your personal struggles and vulnerabilities with, in order to protect your privacy and energy. For instance, when processing a painful experience or trauma, seek out the support of a trusted therapist, mentor, or confidant, rather than broadcasting your story to casual acquaintances or public forums. 96. Keep some things to yourself. Many don't care. It means to be mindful of the emotional labor and vulnerability involved in self-disclosure, and to reserve your innermost thoughts and feelings for those who have earned your trust and investment. A real-life application is when navigating a challenging work situation or personal dilemma. Be judicious about the colleagues or friends you confide in, based on their track record of empathy, discretion, and constructive feedback. 97. Do things alone if necessary. It means to cultivate self-reliance and independence, and to be willing to pursue your goals and interests even without the validation or participation of others. For example, if you've always wanted to travel to a particular destination or attend a specific event, but can't find a compatible companion, consider embarking on the adventure solo and trust in your ability to navigate and enjoy the experience on your own terms. 98. Trust the process and work hard. It means to have faith in the value and necessity of consistent effort and dedication, even when the path or outcomes are uncertain or challenging. A real-life example is when learning a new skill or working towards a promotion. Commit to showing up and giving your best each day, and trust that your cumulative growth and contributions will be recognized and rewarded in due time. 99. Never take anything personally. It means to maintain a healthy sense of detachment and perspective when faced with criticism, rejection, or conflict, and to recognize that others' actions and opinions are often more reflective of their own issues and projections than of your inherent worth or abilities. For instance, if a customer or client is rude or dismissive towards you, choose to respond with professionalism and empathy, rather than taking the interaction as a personal affront or failure. 100. Survive your thoughts to survive anything. It means that your mindset and inner dialogue have a profound impact on your resilience, adaptability, and overall well-being, and that cultivating mental strength and flexibility is key to navigating life's ups and downs. A real-life application is when facing a major setback or disappointment, like a job loss or relationship breakup. Practice reframing negative self-talk and catastrophic thinking into more realistic and hopeful perspectives, and focus on the resources and options you still have available to cope and move forward. "2,000-year-old Stoic wisdom to transform your life." Have you ever wondered what ancient wisdom could teach us about finding true happiness and inner peace in today's chaotic world? Imagine tapping into 2,000-year-old Stoic principles that have stood the test of time, offering profound insights for navigating life's challenges with resilience and clarity. The Stoics, renowned for their practical and rational approach to life, provide timeless rules that guide us toward a fulfilling and virtuous existence. In this exploration of Stoic philosophy, we delve into 12 powerful ideas that can transform our perspective, empower our actions, and help us lead a life of wisdom and purpose. Let's uncover how these ancient teachings can illuminate our path in the modern world, fostering a sense of tranquility and strength amidst the turmoil. Number 1. Practical wisdom. Stoic philosophy emphasizes practical wisdom, the application of rational principles to daily life. It's not enough to merely understand virtue, one must live it. Practical wisdom involves making decisions that align with moral and ethical standards, leading to a life of integrity and purpose. This wisdom helps navigate challenges with a clear mind, distinguishing what truly matters from trivial distractions. By focusing on virtue and rational action, we cultivate a stable and resilient character. The Stoics teach us that wisdom isn't found in abstract theories, but in the day-to-day application of principles like courage, justice, temperance, and practical reasoning. This approach not only enhances personal well-being, but also contributes to the greater good, fostering a harmonious and just society. In embracing practical wisdom, we learn to act with intention and clarity, making choices that reflect our highest values and enduring truths. This grounded approach to life ensures that we remain steadfast amidst chaos, resilient in adversity, and unwavering in our pursuit of a virtuous and fulfilling existence. Number 2, justice and brotherhood. The Stoics believed in the profound interconnectedness of humanity, advocating for justice and brotherhood. Understanding others' perspectives is crucial for fostering forgiveness and reducing conflict. By recognizing that everyone is a fellow participant in the human experience, we can cultivate empathy and compassion. Justice, according to Stoic principles, involves treating others fairly and with respect, ensuring that our actions contribute to the common good. This sense of brotherhood extends beyond immediate relationships, encompassing all of humanity. In embracing this ideal, we commit to a life of service, supporting and uplifting others. This communal approach not only enhances societal harmony, but also enriches our own lives, fostering a sense of belonging and purpose. When we view others as brothers and sisters, we're more inclined to act with kindness, patience, and understanding, creating a ripple effect of positive change. This principle of justice and brotherhood reminds us that true strength lies in unity, and that by working together, we can overcome any challenge and build a more just and compassionate world. Number 3, control and acceptance. One of the central tenets of Stoic philosophy is the concept of control and acceptance. Happiness, according to the Stoics, is found in recognizing and accepting what is within our control and letting go of what is not. This principle teaches us to focus our energy on our thoughts, actions, and responses, which are within our power, rather than external events and outcomes, which are beyond our control. By accepting this reality, we reduce unnecessary stress and anxiety, cultivating a sense of inner peace. This approach encourages a proactive mindset, where we take responsibility for our own well-being and actions, rather than blaming external circumstances. In doing so, we build resilience and maintain our composure even in the face of adversity. Acceptance does not mean passive resignation, but rather a clear-eyed acknowledgement of reality, empowering us to act wisely and effectively within the sphere of our control. This Stoic principle is a powerful tool for navigating life's challenges with grace and equanimity, ensuring that we remain steadfast and centered no matter what comes our way. Number 4, reflection and self-improvement. Stoicism places a strong emphasis on reflection and self-improvement. Regular self-reflection is a crucial practice for personal growth, allowing us to assess our actions, thoughts, and motivations critically. This introspective process helps us identify areas for improvement and develop a deeper understanding of our own character. The Stoics believed that by examining our lives, we can align more closely with our values and principles, leading to a more virtuous and fulfilling existence. Self-improvement is an ongoing journey, one that requires humility and a willingness to acknowledge and correct our faults. It involves setting realistic goals and striving to become better each day, not for external validation, but for the sake of our own moral development. Through this process, we cultivate virtues such as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, building a character that can withstand life's challenges. By committing to reflection and self-improvement, we take an active role in shaping our destiny, ensuring that we live a life of purpose and integrity. Number 5, purpose and duty. Understanding and fulfilling one's purpose and duties in life is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics believe that each person has a unique role to play, and by embracing this role with integrity and commitment, we find true contentment. Purpose is not just about personal ambition, but also about contributing to the greater good. This sense of duty guides our actions, helping us navigate life's complexities with a clear sense of direction. When we understand our purpose, we are less likely to be swayed by external distractions or trivial pursuits. Instead, we focus on what truly matters, aligning our actions with our core values and principles. This commitment to purpose and duty fosters a deep sense of fulfillment and resilience, as we are anchored by a strong sense of meaning. By dedicating ourselves to our responsibilities, whether in our personal lives or within the broader community, we contribute to a more harmonious and just world. This Stoic principle teaches us that true happiness and satisfaction come from living in accordance with our highest ideals and making a positive impact on the lives of others. Number 6, mindfulness of mortality. Practicing memento mori, the reminder of our mortality, is a powerful Stoic exercise that encourages us to live each day with purpose and gratitude. The awareness of death should not be a source of fear, but a motivator to live fully and meaningfully. By acknowledging that our time is limited, we become more mindful of how we spend each moment, prioritizing what truly matters. This practice helps us appreciate the present and the simple joys of life, fostering a sense of gratitude for our experiences and relationships. It also encourages us to let go of petty grievances and focus on what is within our control. The Stoics believed that understanding and accepting our mortality is essential for personal growth and resilience. It reminds us to live with integrity, making the most of our time and leaving a positive legacy. Embracing this perspective helps us face life's challenges with courage and equanimity, knowing that each moment is a gift and an opportunity to live according to our highest values. Number 7, emotional mastery. Mastering one's emotions is a fundamental aspect of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics teach that true power comes from controlling our emotions rather than being controlled by them. Emotions such as anger, fear, and jealousy are seen as distortions that cloud our judgment and hinder rational thinking. By practicing self-discipline and understanding, we can manage these emotions effectively. This involves recognizing the triggers of negative emotions and responding with calm and reason. Emotional mastery does not mean suppressing feelings, but rather transforming them into constructive responses. By maintaining a balanced and composed mindset, we navigate life's ups and downs with greater resilience and clarity. This Stoic approach fosters inner peace and strength, allowing us to remain focused on our goals and values despite external pressures. Through emotional mastery, we cultivate a state of equanimity, where we are not easily swayed by external events, but remain grounded in our principles. This enables us to make thoughtful decisions and build healthier relationships, contributing to a more fulfilling and harmonious life. Number 8, self-reliance and virtue. True happiness and contentment, according to Stoic philosophy, come from within. Self-reliance and the cultivation of virtue are essential for a fulfilling life. The Stoics teach that external possessions and circumstances do not determine our well-being. Rather, it is our inner state and adherence to moral principles that matter. By focusing on developing virtues such as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, we build a resilient and stable character. Self-reliance involves trusting in our own abilities and judgment, while also recognizing our interconnectedness with others. This balance helps us navigate life's challenges with confidence and grace. Living in harmony with nature and our true selves leads to a deeper sense of satisfaction and peace. By prioritizing virtue over material wealth, we free ourselves from the endless pursuit of external validation and find joy in the simple and meaningful aspects of life. This Stoic principle reminds us that we have the power to create a good life through our actions and choices, grounded in self-reliance and the pursuit of virtue. Number 9, community and cooperation. The Stoics emphasize the importance of community and cooperation, recognizing that humans are inherently social beings. Embracing the interconnectedness of humanity fosters empathy, altruism, and mutual support. This principle encourages us to view others as fellow members of a universal community, working together for the common good. By prioritizing cooperation over competition, we contribute to a more harmonious and just society. This approach involves active participation in our communities, offering support and kindness to others, and working towards shared goals. The Stoics teach that by helping others, we also enrich our own lives, creating a sense of belonging and purpose. This communal mindset strengthens social bonds and promotes collective well-being. It reminds us that our actions impact not only ourselves, but also those around us. By fostering a spirit of cooperation and empathy, we build stronger, more resilient communities that can face challenges together. This Stoic principle underscores the idea that true strength and happiness lie in unity and shared purpose. Number 10, dealing with adversity. Building resilience through voluntary hardship is a key Stoic principle for dealing with adversity. The Stoics believed that by intentionally facing challenges, we strengthen our character and prepare ourselves for life's inevitable difficulties. This practice involves embracing discomfort and viewing obstacles as opportunities for growth. Recognizing that external events do not harm us, but our judgments about them do, helps us maintain perspective and composure. By shifting our mindset to see adversity as a natural part of life, we become more adaptable and resourceful. This approach fosters a sense of inner strength and resilience, enabling us to navigate crises with calm and clarity. The Stoics teach that adversity reveals our true character and provides a chance to practice virtues such as courage, patience, and perseverance. By confronting difficulties head-on and learning from them, we develop a robust and resilient spirit. This Stoic principle encourages us to see challenges not as setbacks, but as essential experiences that shape and refine us, ultimately leading to a more fulfilling and resilient life. Number 11, living in the present. The Stoic philosophy emphasizes the importance of living in the present. By focusing on the here and now, we maximize our experiences and make the most of our time. The Stoics teach that excessive concern for the past or future diminishes our ability to appreciate and engage with the present moment. Living immediately means valuing the current experiences and opportunities without being weighed down by regrets or anxieties. This approach fosters mindfulness and gratitude, allowing us to fully immerse ourselves in our activities and relationships. By embracing the present, we reduce stress and increase our sense of fulfillment and joy. This principle encourages us to let go of distractions and focus on what truly matters, enhancing our overall well-being. The Stoics remind us that life happens in the present, and by fully engaging with it, we can live more meaningful and satisfying lives. This mindful approach ensures that we do not miss out on the richness of our experiences, leading to a deeper appreciation of life and its moments. Number 12, perspective on death. Accepting death as a natural part of life is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics teach that death is not inherently terrifying. It is our perception that causes fear. By understanding and accepting the inevitability of death, we can live more fully and courageously. This perspective encourages us to focus on what truly matters and to make the most of our time. By contemplating our mortality, we develop a sense of urgency and purpose, prioritizing meaningful activities and relationships. This acceptance also helps us let go of trivial concerns and petty grievances, fostering a deeper sense of peace and contentment. The Stoics believe that understanding death is essential for personal growth and resilience. It reminds us that life is fleeting and precious, and that we should live with integrity and intention. By embracing this principle, we can face life's challenges with courage and equanimity, knowing that each moment is a gift and an opportunity to live according to our highest values. This Stoic wisdom helps us appreciate the present and live a more meaningful and fulfilling life. As we draw from the ancient wisdom of Stoic philosophy, we uncover timeless principles that offer profound insights for leading a resilient, virtuous, and fulfilling life. By integrating these 2,000-year-old rules into our daily routines, we can cultivate inner peace, embrace challenges with courage, and live with a sense of purpose and clarity. If these teachings resonate with you and inspire you to lead a more meaningful life, don't forget to like this video. For more content on wisdom and personal growth, subscribe to our channel and join our community of seekers on this journey toward enlightenment. Share this video with others who might benefit from these insights, and let's continue exploring the transformative power of Stoic philosophy together. Thank you for watching, and stay tuned for more wisdom-filled videos. Have you ever wondered why, despite being constantly connected through social media, many of us still feel isolated and undervalued? It's a strange paradox of our modern times. We're surrounded by people, yet often feel unnoticed by those who matter most. If you've ever felt like you're not as important to others as they are to you, this video is for you. Today, we'll explore ancient Stoic wisdom to help you become more valued and appreciated by those around you. 1. Prioritize your own needs. Imagine you're on an airplane and the oxygen masks drop. What's the first thing they tell you to do? Put on your own mask before helping others. In life, the same principle applies. Often, we sacrifice our own needs for others, leading to burnout and lack of self-respect. Epictetus, a renowned Stoic philosopher, emphasized that self-mastery and self-knowledge are key to a meaningful life. By understanding and prioritizing your own needs, you build a foundation of self-respect that naturally attracts others. For example, set aside time each day for self-care, whether it's a quiet moment with a book, a walk in the park, or a hobby you love. 2. Cultivate independence. Think of a lighthouse standing tall and firm amidst a storm. It doesn't rely on anything else to shine. Similarly, Stoicism teaches the importance of self-reliance and independence. Making decisions without constantly seeking external approval makes you more confident and attractive to others. People respect those who can stand by their beliefs and values. This doesn't mean isolating yourself, but being the captain of your own ship. For instance, take charge of your career path by setting clear goals and pursuing them with determination without waiting for validation from others. 3. Create a sense of absence. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, right? If you're always readily available, people might take you for granted. In our busy world, time is a precious commodity. By occasionally being unavailable, you allow others to recognize and appreciate your presence more. For instance, don't always be the first to respond to messages or drop everything to meet up. Let people experience your absence and realize your value. 4. Set boundaries on availability. Are you the person who says yes to everything? It's time to change that. Constantly saying yes can lead people to take your time for granted. Seneca, another Stoic thinker, reminds us to own our time and use it wisely. Learning to say no respectfully helps you prioritize your needs and ensures that your availability is valued. For example, if you're swamped with work, it's okay to decline a last-minute invitation. Respecting your own time teaches others to do the same. 5. Let others initiate conversations. In our hyper-communicative world, it might seem strange to stop initiating conversations, but Stoicism values listening more than speaking. By allowing others to start conversations, you show that you value their thoughts and opinions. This practice fosters deeper connections and makes you more appreciated. Try this. Next time, wait for your friends to reach out first. You'll learn a lot by listening and observing. 6. Embrace patience. Patience is a virtue, and in Stoicism, it's a powerful tool. In a world driven by immediate gratification and constant distractions, the ability to wait calmly is rare and admirable. Patience isn't about being passive. It's about maintaining emotional control and composure. By showing patience, you project strength and stability, making others appreciate your presence more. For instance, in stressful situations at work, stay calm and composed instead of reacting impulsively. 7. Keep a little mystery. Think of the last great movie you watched. What kept you hooked? The unfolding mystery. Similarly, maintaining a bit of mystery about yourself can make others more interested in you. Stoicism teaches self-discipline and the importance of controlling how much you reveal. By gradually sharing your thoughts and experiences, you keep others intrigued and focused on you. For example, instead of sharing everything about your weekend, leave out a few details and let others ask questions. Encourage others to invest in you. Allowing others to contribute to your life helps build stronger bonds. When people offer advice, assistance, or support, they feel valued and appreciated. Stoicism emphasizes our interdependence, and by letting others help you, you enrich your relationships. This mutual investment creates a virtuous cycle of respect and value. For example, ask a colleague for their input on a project or accept help when offered, showing that you value their contribution. 9. Focus on quality over quantity. In relationships, Stoicism advises focusing on the quality of interactions rather than the quantity. Deep, meaningful conversations and connections are more valuable than numerous superficial interactions. By investing time in cultivating genuine relationships, you ensure that your presence is truly valued. For instance, instead of attending every social event, spend quality time with a close friend, having deep conversations and truly connecting. 10. Practice generosity. Generosity, whether it's in the form of time, resources, or knowledge, can greatly enhance your value to others. Stoicism encourages us to help others without expecting anything in return. This act of selflessness builds strong bonds and makes others more likely to value and prioritize you. Remember, true wealth lies in meaningful relationships. For example, volunteer your time to help a friend with a move or share your expertise without expecting anything in return. Conclusion: applying these Stoic principles can significantly impact how others perceive and value you. The goal is to foster genuine connections and build relationships based on mutual respect and integrity. By practicing these strategies, you can navigate modern life's complexities while staying true to yourself. Remember, the essence of Stoicism lies not just in transforming your relationships with others, but in transforming your relationships yourself. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a comment. Say "wiser," so I know you watched till the end. Subscribe to our channel for more insights. Thank you for your attention. Be wiser, and until next time. Have you ever wondered if you could command respect and demonstrate your worth without saying a single word? In a world inundated with noise and superficiality, Is it possible that our actions could speak louder than our words? According to ancient Stoic philosophy, the answer is a resounding yes. Let's embark on a journey to discover how you can recognize and embody your true value through the timeless wisdom of Stoicism, enriched with real-life examples to bring these principles to life. Develop resilience. Resilience is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. It is about maintaining your dignity and composure, regardless of the adversities you face. Consider the life of Nelson Mandela, who spent 27 years in prison, yet emerged unbroken, leading South Africa out of apartheid and becoming a global symbol of endurance and dignity. Mandela's ability to endure extreme hardship and still rise to lead his nation demonstrates the Stoic principle of resilience. Life inevitably throws challenges our way: personal setbacks, professional hurdles, and unforeseen crises. The Stoics believed that our worth is truly shown in how we handle these difficulties. Embrace these challenges as opportunities for growth and learning. Each adversity faced and overcome builds your strength and reinforces your self-respect. This inner strength not only helps you maintain your composure, but also garners the respect of others. By developing resilience, you're not just surviving, you are thriving. You show that you can withstand life's storms and come out stronger. This quality of resilience is what makes you worthy of respect, both from yourself and others. It is through these trials that your true character is revealed, proving that actions indeed speak louder than words. Focus on actions, not words. In relationships, actions reveal true intentions more than words ever can. Mahatma Gandhi exemplified this principle through his non-violent resistance, like the Salt March, which spoke volumes more than any speech. Stoicism emphasizes practical wisdom, urging us to judge people by their actions. Observing consistent and genuine actions provides a clearer picture of someone's character, helping to cultivate more authentic and meaningful connections. Consider a scenario where someone promises to support you, but consistently fails to show up when needed. Their actions, or lack thereof, speak louder than their words. This principle helps you discern true allies from mere talkers. By focusing on actions, you build stronger, more reliable relationships based on trust and mutual respect. Embrace healthy skepticism. A dose of skepticism can protect you from potential disappointments in relationships. Steve Jobs, for example, approached new ideas and people with healthy skepticism, which helped him innovate and lead Apple to success. This doesn't mean being negative or cynical. Rather, it's about being mindful and observant. By taking the time to know someone and ensuring their actions match their words, you maintain a balanced and rational approach. This key aspect of Stoic philosophy helps you avoid unnecessary heartache and builds more solid, trustworthy connections. In practical terms, embracing healthy skepticism means being cautious and evaluating situations carefully. It's about asking the right questions and seeking evidence before forming judgments. This approach not only protects you from deceit, but also ensures that your relationships are based on genuine, consistent actions. Know your worth. Stoicism teaches that your worth is intrinsic and not dependent on external validation. Oprah Winfrey, despite facing significant hardships, always knew her worth and built a media empire by focusing on her abilities and self-value. Your self-esteem should not be swayed by others' opinions or social media metrics. Imagine yourself as a precious gemstone. Not everyone will recognize your value, but that doesn't diminish your worth. Marcus Aurelius, a prominent Stoic philosopher, said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. By focusing on your virtues and living a life you are proud of, you acknowledge your true worth. This intrinsic sense of value is crucial in maintaining self-respect and dignity, regardless of external circumstances. Cultivate gratitude. Gratitude is often overlooked, but is a powerful aspect of Stoicism. Keanu Reeves, known for his gratitude and humility despite his success, exemplifies this principle. By focusing on what you have rather than what you lack, you foster a positive outlook and appreciation for life. Gratitude helps you recognize your achievements and qualities, reinforcing your sense of worth and positively influencing how others perceive and value you. Practicing gratitude shifts your focus from deficiencies to abundance. It encourages you to celebrate small victories and recognize the positive aspects of your life, thereby enhancing your overall well-being and sense of fulfillment. This practice not only improves your own mental health, but also makes you more pleasant to be around, further enhancing your relationships. Limit access. In a world of instant gratification, maintaining a sense of mystery and depth can enhance your perceived value. Beyoncé maintains a level of control over her public and private life, ensuring that her time and presence are valued. Limiting access is not about playing hard to get, but about recognizing your own worth and ensuring that others value your time and presence. This Stoic approach teaches self-discipline and emotional self-control, encouraging you to be selective about who you let into your life. By limiting access, you protect your energy and focus on meaningful interactions that genuinely enrich your life. This practice helps maintain a balance between openness and privacy, ensuring that your relationships are based on mutual respect and value. Practice unconditional love. Unconditional love in Stoicism goes beyond expecting nothing in return. Fred Rogers, known as Mr. Rogers, demonstrated unconditional love by accepting and valuing each child for who they were. This involves recognizing the intrinsic worth of every individual and showing empathy and compassion. By practicing forgiveness and letting go of resentment, you foster emotional healing and growth, building stronger, more genuine connections. Unconditional love means accepting people as they are, without trying to change them. It involves showing empathy and understanding, even in difficult situations. This practice not only improves your relationships, but also enhances your emotional well-being, as you learn to let go of negative feelings and focus on positive, constructive interactions. Be prepared to walk away. One of the core tenets of Stoicism is recognizing what you can and cannot control. J.K. Rowling faced numerous rejections but knew her worth, walking away from offers that didn't respect her work until she found success. In relationships, this means being willing to walk away from situations that compromise your values. It requires inner strength and a deep understanding of your worth. By choosing to leave what no longer serves you, you make room for healthier and more fulfilling opportunities. This practice demonstrates your commitment to self-respect and integrity, ensuring that you do not settle for less than you deserve. Walking away is not a sign of weakness, but a testament to your strength and understanding of your worth. Present yourself with dignity. Dignity in Stoicism is about investing your energy wisely and authentically. Barack Obama maintained a composed and respectful demeanor throughout his presidency, even in the face of criticism. Presenting yourself with dignity means being true to who you are, rather than trying to impress others with superficialities. For example, consider a scenario where you're in a cafe and see two people on a date. One is flashy and trying hard to impress, while the other is comfortable in their own skin. The person who is genuine and self-assured, like Obama, is more likely to leave a lasting impression. This aligns with Stoic principles of living with integrity and self-respect. Act with boundaries. Setting and maintaining boundaries is a powerful way to demonstrate your self-respect. Maya Angelou set clear boundaries in her life, valuing honesty and respect. If you value honesty and someone lies to you, how you handle the situation speaks volumes. Addressing the issue calmly or stepping away can demonstrate your commitment to your values. This approach aligns with the Stoic emphasis on self-discipline and rationality. By setting boundaries, you protect your emotional well-being and ensure that your relationships are healthy and respectful. This practice is essential for maintaining self-respect and ensuring that others respect your values and limits. Solitude. Solitude is a powerful tool in the Stoic arsenal. Henry David Thoreau sought solitude at Walden Pond, where he spent 2 years in self-reflection. This period allowed him to write Walden and align his actions with his principles. Taking time to be alone and reflect helps you understand your true self and values without external influence, reinforcing your self-worth independent of others' opinions. Regular self-reflection helps you make decisions based on your principles and stay true to your values. This practice is essential for personal growth and self-awareness, ensuring that your actions are aligned with your true self. By seeking solitude, you create space for introspection and self-improvement, enhancing your overall well-being and sense of purpose. Onanda. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control and to let go of what we cannot. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the late Supreme Court Justice, never chased after approval, but focused on her work and principles, earning respect through her dedication to justice and equality. Chasing after someone who is pulling away is futile and diminishes your self-respect. Instead, value your worth and let things flow naturally, maintaining your dignity and attracting people who appreciate your strength and confidence. This practice ensures that your relationships are based on mutual respect and genuine interest, rather than desperation or insecurity. In summary, embracing Stoic principles in relationships empowers you to demonstrate your worth through actions, set healthy boundaries, and maintain your self-respect. By focusing on what you can control and valuing yourself intrinsically, you create a foundation for authentic and meaningful connections. Remember, true worth is demonstrated through consistent and genuine actions, not words. Let your dignity and integrity shine, and the world will recognize your true value.
Imagine a life where every setback becomes fuel for growth, where validation isn't needed from anyone but yourself, and your peace is truly unbreakable. The ancient Stoics lived through unimaginable challenges, yet found ways to cultivate an inner strength that could weather any storm. They saw resilience as a mindset, a way to thrive, not just survive. What if you could harness that same power? What if you could pursue your dreams quietly, free from the pull of others' opinions, moving through life with intention and purpose? Today, I'll share 12 Stoic-inspired principles, a roadmap for building unshakable confidence, focusing your energy, and outsmarting life's chaos. These aren't just philosophical ideas, they're practical tools for modern resilience. If you're ready to turn inward and build the kind of strength that truly lasts, let's dive into the first principle. 1. Nurture my aspirations in silence. When I have a dream or goal, the excitement makes me want to share it with others. But I've learned that sometimes the best thing I can do for my aspirations is to keep them close, to let them grow quietly in my own mind before exposing them to the outside world. The Stoics taught that dreams need nurturing in solitude because, early on, they're fragile, vulnerable to others' doubts and skepticism. By protecting my dreams from premature exposure, I give them the space to strengthen, evolve, and align with my own values. Keeping my aspirations private helps me stay focused on my true motivation, the internal why that drives me. When I share too early, I risk shifting my focus from achieving the goal to seeking others' approval. By holding back, I'm able to build a deeper commitment to my vision, grounded in my own excitement and determination. This practice allows me to recalibrate and adapt freely without feeling the weight of external expectations. Over time, I've realized that my aspirations are often best shared only when they've matured and are ready to stand strong on their own. When the moment comes to bring others into my vision, I do so with the confidence of knowing I've nurtured it authentically. This quiet, deliberate approach reminds me of a Stoic truth. True power comes from action, not from words. By allowing my dreams to develop privately, I'm able to move toward them with a sense of quiet confidence that no amount of external influence can shake. 2. Avoid gossip and focus on self-improvement. It's easy to get drawn into conversations about others, to focus on their flaws, decisions, or situations. But when I spend energy on gossip, I'm not just talking about others. I'm losing precious time and focus that I could use to improve myself. The Stoics remind me that my energy is finite, and every minute spent judging others is a minute I'm not dedicating to my own growth. Instead of discussing others, I aim to turn my focus inward. Gossip can be a subtle drain on my peace of mind and an unnecessary source of comparison and negativity. By avoiding it, I'm not just creating a more positive environment. I'm also cultivating a mindset focused on growth, compassion, and self-awareness. I've seen the difference it makes in my relationships as well. When I steer clear of gossip, I contribute to a culture of respect, trust, and integrity, where people know I value them for who they are, not for judgments I may pass behind their backs. This principle has a powerful impact on my inner peace too. When I focus on self-improvement rather than others' flaws, I experience more clarity and calm. I'm less likely to compare myself or judge others, which brings me greater satisfaction and a clearer sense of purpose. This Stoic approach reminds me that every moment spent improving myself is an investment in becoming a better, stronger version of myself, one who can contribute positively to the world. 3. Protect my energy. Energy is one of my most precious resources, and the Stoics taught me that managing it wisely is key to a fulfilling life. Each day, I encounter distractions, pressures, and minor stresses that can easily sap my energy if I'm not careful. Whether it's getting lost in social media, engaging in unnecessary drama, or worrying about things beyond my control, I've learned that I need to be intentional about where I direct my focus. Protecting my energy means setting boundaries around activities and people that drain me, and instead prioritizing those that uplift me and align with my values. For instance, while empathy is essential, I don't have to constantly surround myself with negativity or situations that disrupt my peace. This sometimes means creating physical or emotional distance to maintain my well-being. I'm better able to give my energy to what truly matters when I'm intentional about what I allow into my life. My own thoughts can be one of the biggest drains on my energy, especially if I let them spiral into worry or self-doubt. By practicing mental discipline, focusing on what I can control and letting go of what I can't, I conserve energy and keep a calm mind. I've come to see that by protecting my energy, I'm actually investing in my resilience and ability to be present. This approach doesn't mean avoiding challenges. It means engaging with them strategically and sustainably, so I have the energy to make meaningful progress in all aspects of my life. 4. Don't boast about your achievements. When I accomplish something meaningful, it's natural to want to share it, to let others know about the hard work I put in. But the Stoics teach us something profound here. True success doesn't need a spotlight. If my achievements are genuine, they'll be evident in the way I carry myself, in the impact of my actions, and in the respect I've earned over time, not in the amount of praise I receive. Whenever I boast, I shift my focus away from the purpose behind the work and onto the accolades. And the more I seek validation from others, the less I feel satisfied within myself. Instead, by practicing quiet humility, I can find fulfillment in the work itself. This shift helps me stay grounded. Rather than seeking recognition, I put my energy into learning and growing, becoming better with each effort. I think of a gardener tending their plants day after day. When their garden blooms, the beauty is evident to anyone who sees it. The gardener doesn't need to shout about their skill because the results speak for themselves. By embodying this principle, I remind myself that my actions and dedication are what really matter, not the approval of others. Letting my work do the talking creates an inner confidence, one that's far more fulfilling than any praise I might receive. In the end, I find that humility brings deeper, more lasting respect. People appreciate authenticity, and by focusing on the work rather than the rewards, I build genuine connections with those around me. By embodying this approach, I cultivate a sense of pride that's rooted in who I am and what I stand for, not just what I've achieved. 5. Keep your next move private. There's a certain strength in keeping my plans close to my chest. It's tempting to talk about my goals, to share every detail with those around me. But I found that discussing my intentions too early can sometimes backfire. When I reveal my next steps, I invite opinions, doubts, and even judgments from others that can distract me from my purpose. By keeping my plans to myself, I'm able to focus fully on the actions that will make my goals a reality. I can take each step deliberately, free from the noise of external influence. The Stoics knew that action is more powerful than words. They understood that the future is uncertain and that sharing plans prematurely can create unnecessary pressure. When I act in silence, I protect my focus, giving my dreams the space they need to grow strong. In practice, this means I stay accountable to myself first. If I talk too much about what I plan to do, it can feel like I've already accomplished something, and that sometimes reduces my drive to actually follow through. Keeping my intentions private helps me stay committed, ensuring that my focus remains sharp and my goals unclouded by outside input. Ultimately, this approach reinforces my resilience. By embracing this principle, I'm not just taking steps toward my goals. I'm strengthening my ability to follow through, regardless of what others may think. When the time is right, I'll reveal my progress, but only when I've already built something worth showing. 6. Practice gratitude in solitude. Taking time to practice gratitude, especially in solitude, has become essential to my well-being. In today's world, where we're encouraged to share every moment and seek external validation, I find solace in quietly reflecting on the things I appreciate. In these moments of solitude, I'm able to connect deeply with what truly matters to me. When I'm alone with my thoughts, I'm free from distractions. And this is where gratitude has its deepest impact. I'm not performing for an audience or looking for reactions. I'm simply acknowledging the gifts in my life, big and small. This quiet practice helps me cultivate a genuine sense of contentment, one that isn't dependent on external circumstances. The Stoics believe that gratitude is a foundation for resilience because it shifts focus from what's lacking to what's already present. During these moments, I notice that my perspective shifts. Challenges don't feel as overwhelming because I'm reminded of the support, opportunities, and strengths I already have. By building a gratitude practice in private, I foster a sense of inner peace and resilience. I'm able to face difficulties with a lighter heart, knowing I have a well of gratitude to draw from. Gratitude in solitude also strengthens my relationships. When I approach others from a place of appreciation, they feel it, even if I don't explicitly express it. I bring more positivity into my interactions and become a source of calm and encouragement for those around me. This quiet practice, I've found, builds a reserve of strength that serves me in every area of life. 7. Guard your weaknesses. There's power in understanding my weaknesses, but I don't need to broadcast them to the world. The Stoics remind me that vulnerabilities can be exploited, especially if shared too openly. Acknowledging my weaknesses is crucial for growth, yet by working on them privately, I protect myself from unnecessary scrutiny or judgment. If I openly discuss every flaw, it's easy for others to form a skewed perspective of who I am, focusing more on my struggles than on my strengths. When I keep my weaknesses guarded, I give myself the space to improve at my own pace. I'm not hiding from my challenges. I'm simply choosing to work on them away from prying eyes. This way, I can approach self-improvement with confidence, free from the pressure of others' opinions. Guarding my weaknesses also helps me build resilience. When I work on overcoming challenges quietly, I'm developing skills and strengths that are authentic and deeply rooted. I'm not improving because others expect it of me. I'm doing it for myself. This approach helps me stay focused on my own journey without comparing myself to others. In essence, I'm creating a fortress within myself, one that's reinforced by my own quiet dedication. By embracing this Stoic principle, I'm not just becoming stronger, I'm building an unshakable sense of self-reliance. When I eventually emerge with newfound strengths, I do so with confidence, knowing that I overcame my weaknesses on my own terms. 8. Don't overthink or dwell on challenges. Challenges are inevitable, but dwelling on them rarely brings relief or progress. When I face difficulties, it's tempting to overanalyze or complain, but I found that this only amplifies the issue. The Stoics encourage us to address challenges with a solution-oriented mindset, directing our energy toward what we can control instead of fixating on what's wrong. In practice, this means shifting my focus to action. Instead of getting stuck in a loop of worry, I break down the problem into manageable steps. I remind myself that challenges aren't meant to defeat me. They're opportunities to grow, to develop resilience and resourcefulness. When I view obstacles this way, I find that they lose much of their intimidating power. This approach doesn't mean ignoring my feelings. I can acknowledge my frustration or disappointment, but I don't let it consume me. By choosing not to dwell, I'm reclaiming control over my response to life setbacks. This perspective has taught me to be proactive, to seek solutions rather than get lost in the problem. Leaders who approach challenges with this mindset become a source of calm and stability. When others see that I am able to move forward without getting bogged down by every obstacle, it inspires confidence and creates a sense of shared resilience. By embracing this Stoic principle, I'm able to handle adversity with a clear mind and a steady heart, always focused on moving forward. 9. Keep your kindness private. When I do something kind, the Stoics remind me that the reward lies in the act itself. In a world where it's common to post about every good deed, there's something deeply satisfying about kindness done quietly. True virtue, they taught, doesn't seek recognition or applause. It's motivated by a genuine desire to contribute positively to the world. By keeping my acts of kindness private, I reinforce that my intentions are pure. I'm not helping others to boost my ego or reputation, but simply because it feels right. This practice also encourages humility, reminding me that the focus isn't on me, it's on the impact I'm creating. When I help others quietly, I feel connected to something bigger than myself, which brings a profound sense of fulfillment. The beauty of unspoken kindness is that it often inspires others. People notice kindness even when it's not broadcasted. It's a quiet strength, one that builds trust and respect over time. When I do good for its own sake, I foster a more compassionate mindset. I'm not as focused on the external rewards. Instead, I feel joy in knowing I've contributed positively, even if no one else is aware. This private kindness has an interesting ripple effect. Those around me may feel encouraged to act in the same way, to help others without needing a stage. By embodying kindness as a personal value, I create a subtle yet powerful influence, inspiring others to lead with compassion too. 10. Seek feedback wisely. Feedback is essential for growth, but I've learned that not all feedback is equally beneficial. The Stoics valued humility and self-awareness, yet they also knew that opening ourselves to everyone's opinions could cloud our judgment. Seeking feedback wisely means choosing mentors and confidants who genuinely understand my goals and have my best interests at heart. When I carefully select the sources of my feedback, I create a support system rooted in trust. I'm not swayed by every passing opinion. Instead, I'm guided by those who respect my journey and offer insights grounded in experience. This practice helps me avoid the pitfalls of trying to please everyone, which is often an impossible and exhausting task. Choosing my sources of feedback also keeps me focused. Instead of being pulled in multiple directions by conflicting advice, I can make adjustments that are aligned with my true values. This approach builds resilience. I become more confident in my decisions, knowing that the feedback I receive comes from people who understand my vision and support my growth. In doing this, I foster a growth mindset that's intentional rather than reactive. I'm actively shaping my journey, refining my approach based on insights that are relevant and constructive. By seeking feedback wisely, I stay connected to my purpose, refining my strengths without getting lost in a sea of opinions. 11. Value discretion. Choose wisely who you trust. Not every thought, goal, or challenge is meant to be shared with everyone. The Stoics believed that our inner world is sacred, a place to be shared only with those who have earned our trust. Discretion allows me to protect my boundaries, to choose carefully who I let into my inner circle. By doing this, I create a safe space where I can be vulnerable, authentic, and open without fear of judgment. Choosing who to trust isn't about being secretive or closed off. It's about honoring my own values and personal growth. When I surround myself with people who genuinely respect and support me, I feel a sense of security. I know I'm sharing with those who understand the weight of my words and who genuinely care for my well-being. Practicing discretion also cultivates self-reliance. By not needing to disclose everything, I learn to process and work through challenges internally, building a deeper sense of confidence and self-trust. I become more resilient, knowing that I don't need constant external validation to feel secure in my decisions. This principle of discretion, I've found, also strengthens my relationships. When I'm selective with what I share, I give those closest to me a special role in my life. They know that I trust them deeply, which builds mutual respect and strengthens the bond we share. 12. Practice strategic solitude. In a constantly connected world, solitude might seem unnecessary or even uncomfortable. But I've learned that solitude isn't about loneliness. It's about creating intentional space for self-discovery and growth. The Stoics embrace solitude as a time to reflect, to align with their values, and to cultivate a deep inner peace that can't be found in the noise of the outside world. When I take time for solitude, I allow myself to step back from daily pressures and distractions. This quiet time lets me reconnect with my true intentions and assess if my actions align with my values. By carving out space for reflection, I'm able to see my path more clearly. I gain perspective, which often reveals solutions to challenges or brings clarity to my next steps. In solitude, I'm able to explore my thoughts and emotions without external influence. This is where I learn who I am at my core, free from the expectations of others. It's a time for personal growth, for cultivating resilience, and for finding peace within myself. When I make solitude a regular practice, I develop a stronger foundation, one that supports me in all aspects of life. Solitude also enhances my relationships. By taking time to center myself, I'm able to bring more clarity and presence to my interactions. I show up more authentically, more grounded, and better equipped to handle challenges with a calm demeanor. This practice of strategic solitude, the Stoics believed, is an essential part of building inner strength, because it's only when we truly know ourselves that we can lead and inspire others effectively. As we wrap up, take a moment to imagine the impact of these principles in your own life, the quiet confidence, the focused energy, and the unshakable resilience. The Stoics teach us that true strength doesn't come from what others see, but from what we cultivate within. By embracing these timeless principles, you're not just navigating life's challenges, you're mastering them, turning each moment into an opportunity for growth. So, which principle resonates most with you? How will you start applying this wisdom? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's inspire each other to build lives grounded in purpose, resilience, and inner peace. Remember, the journey to wisdom is lifelong, but every step forward brings you closer to the strength you already hold within.
20 Stoic rules to conquer the day. Imagine waking up each morning with a profound sense of purpose, ready to conquer the day with unwavering strength and clarity. What if every challenge you faced became an opportunity to grow, and every decision you made was guided by timeless wisdom? Welcome to the world of Stoicism, where ancient principles empower you to lead an extraordinary life. In this guide, we unveil 20 Stoic rules that will transform your daily routine and mindset. These principles, rooted in the teachings of great philosophers like Seneca and Marcus Aurelius, offer a roadmap to mastering your inner world and thriving in the face of adversity. Each rule is a beacon of wisdom, designed to help you navigate the complexities of modern life with grace and resilience. Join us as we delve into the heart of Stoic philosophy, exploring how you can harness its power to live a life of purpose, virtue, and excellence. Whether you're seeking to improve your personal growth, manage stress, or simply find a deeper sense of fulfillment, these Stoic rules will equip you with the tools to conquer each day. Let's embark on this transformative journey together. Number 1, remember that your response to situations is within your control. The Stoics taught that while we cannot control external events, we can control how we respond to them. This principle is the cornerstone of Stoic philosophy, empowering you to maintain inner peace and resilience regardless of circumstances. When faced with challenges, focus on your reaction rather than the situation itself. Choose responses that align with your values and virtues. By exercising this control, you transform potential stresses into opportunities for growth. This mindset shift reduces anxiety and fosters a sense of empowerment. Instead of feeling helpless in the face of adversity, you realize that your attitude and actions are always within your control. Practice patience, compassion, and rationality in your responses. Reflect on how your reactions influence your well-being and the well-being of others. Cultivate a habit of responding thoughtfully rather than reacting impulsively. This practice not only enhances your personal resilience, but also sets a positive example for others. By focusing on what you can control, your responses, you navigate life with greater clarity and composure. This Stoic wisdom empowers you to face any situation with grace and strength. Number 2, consistently strive to improve yourself and your circumstances. The journey of self-improvement is a lifelong commitment, a daily practice of honing your skills, expanding your knowledge, and refining your character. The Stoic philosopher Seneca reminds us that while we teach, we learn, emphasizing the reciprocal nature of growth. Improvement is not about drastic changes overnight, but about making small, deliberate steps every day. Embrace the power of incremental progress. Each day offers a new opportunity to be better than you were yesterday. Reflect on your actions, learn from your mistakes, and seek wisdom in every experience. Cultivate resilience and adaptability, for life is full of unexpected challenges. View these challenges as opportunities to grow stronger and wiser. Do not become complacent with your current achievements. There is always room for growth. Strive to enhance your physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Read, meditate, exercise, and engage in meaningful conversations. Surround yourself with people who inspire and challenge you. Remember, the pursuit of excellence is a noble endeavor, one that brings fulfillment and a sense of purpose. By committing to continuous self-improvement, you not only elevate your own life, but also contribute positively to the lives of others. Number 3, handle difficult people with serenity, kindness, and grace. The Stoics teach us that we cannot control the actions of others, but we can control our reactions. Encounters with difficult individuals are inevitable, yet they present valuable opportunities to practice virtue. When faced with negativity, respond with calmness and composure. Do not allow others to disrupt your inner peace. Instead, treat them with kindness, even when it is undeserved. This is not a sign of weakness, but of strength. By maintaining your serenity, you demonstrate control over your emotions and set a positive example. Kindness disarms hostility and often transforms adversaries into allies. Approach every interaction with grace, recognizing that everyone is fighting their own battles. Show empathy and understanding, even when it is challenging. Remember, The way you treat others is a reflection of your character, not theirs. Practicing kindness and grace in difficult situations cultivates patience and fortitude. It strengthens your ability to remain unshaken by external events. Embrace these encounters as opportunities to grow and to reinforce your commitment to living virtuously. By handling difficult people with serenity, kindness, and grace, you elevate yourself and those around you. Number 4, stay present and handle what is in front of you. In the hustle and bustle of daily life, it is easy to become overwhelmed by the myriad of tasks and worries. The Stoic principle of focusing on the present moment offers a profound solution. By staying present, you anchor yourself in the here and now where your power lies. The past is unchangeable and the future is uncertain. Only the present is within your control. Concentrate on the task at hand, giving it your full attention and effort. This not only enhances the quality of your work, but also reduces anxiety. When you focus on what you can do now, you eliminate the fear of what might happen later. Approach each task with a clear mind, undistracted by the noise of the past or future. This level of focus leads to a deeper sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Moreover, handling what is in front of you cultivates a habit of mindfulness, allowing you to experience life more fully. Embrace the present moment, for it is the only time you truly have. By living in the present, you honor the gift of life and make the most of every opportunity. Number 5, view challenges as essential for discovering your true strength. The Stoics believed that adversity is not just inevitable, but necessary for personal growth. Every challenge you face is an opportunity to test and reveal your inner fortitude. It is through the crucible of difficulty that your true character is forged. When you encounter obstacles, do not shy away or succumb to despair. Instead, embrace them as opportunities to demonstrate resilience and perseverance. Each challenge you overcome builds your confidence and prepares you for future trials. Remember, the strength of a tree is not measured by the absence of storms, but by its ability to withstand them. Similarly, your strength is revealed through your capacity to endure and overcome hardships. View each challenge as a stepping stone towards greater wisdom and strength. Adopt a mindset that welcomes difficulties as teachers, guiding you towards self-improvement. By facing challenges head-on, you cultivate courage and resilience, essential virtues for a fulfilling life. Do not seek a life of ease and comfort. Instead, seek a life of purpose and growth. Through challenges, you discover the depth of your capabilities and the true extent of your strength. Number 6, embrace challenges as opportunities for growth, with greater rewards from difficult undertakings. The Stoics taught that the path to excellence is paved with trials and tribulations. Each challenge you face is a chance to hone your skills, deepen your wisdom, and strengthen your character. When you encounter a difficult task, see it not as a burden, but as a valuable opportunity for personal development. Embracing challenges with a positive mindset transforms obstacles into stepping stones for success. The more difficult the undertaking, the greater the rewards you will reap. These rewards are not just external achievements, but also internal growth. By pushing your limits, you expand your potential and discover new strengths. Challenges test your resilience and determination, qualities that are essential for a fulfilling life. They teach you patience, perseverance, and the value of hard work. Embrace every challenge with the confidence that you will emerge stronger and wiser. Do not shy away from difficulties. Instead, seek them out as opportunities to prove your mettle. Remember, a smooth sea never made a skilled sailor. It is through the storms of life that you become truly capable and strong. Embrace challenges and unlock your true potential. Number 7, choose strength over weakness, courage over cowardice, and virtue over vice. The Stoics believe that true freedom comes from within, from the ability to choose our responses to life's events. In every situation, you have the power to choose how you will act. Will you give in to weakness, or will you rise with strength? Will you be ruled by fear, or will you act with courage? The path of virtue is often the harder path, but it is also the most rewarding. By choosing strength, you build resilience. By choosing courage, you face your fears and grow stronger. By choosing virtue, you align yourself with your highest ideals and live a life of integrity. These choices define your character and shape your destiny. Each decision you make is an opportunity to reinforce your commitment to living a good and meaningful life. Do not be swayed by external circumstances. Instead, focus on what is within your control. Choose to respond with strength, courage, and virtue, no matter what challenges you face. By making these choices consistently, you build a foundation of character that will support you through all of life's trials. Number 8. Begin each day by envisioning how you want to feel at the end of it. The Stoics emphasize the importance of intentionality and foresight. Starting your day with a clear vision sets the tone for everything that follows. Take a moment each morning to reflect on your goals and the kind of person you aspire to be. Envision the emotions you want to experience at the end of the day: satisfaction, peace, accomplishment. This practice aligns your actions with your values and priorities, guiding you through the day with purpose. When challenges arise, this vision serves as a compass, reminding you of what truly matters. By focusing on the desired end state, you are more likely to make choices that lead to a fulfilling and meaningful day. This proactive approach reduces the likelihood of regret and increases your sense of control over your life. It is a powerful exercise in mindfulness and self-discipline. Envisioning your desired feelings at the end of each day helps you stay committed to your goals and maintain a positive, productive mindset. Make this practice a daily habit and watch how it transforms your life, one day at a time. Number 9. Accept and extract good from your fate. The Stoics believed in the concept of amor fati, or love of fate. This means embracing whatever life throws at you, not with resignation, but with a proactive attitude of finding the good in every situation. Life is unpredictable and often beyond our control, but our response to it is always within our power. Accepting your fate means acknowledging reality without complaint or resistance. It's about recognizing that every experience, no matter how challenging, carries within it the seeds of growth and learning. By extracting the good from your circumstances, you transform adversity into an opportunity for personal development. This mindset fosters resilience as you learn to see obstacles as stepping stones rather than barriers. It also cultivates gratitude as you become more aware of the hidden blessings in every experience. Accepting your fate with grace and wisdom allows you to live in harmony with the world, free from the turmoil of resistance and regret. Embrace each moment fully, trust in the unfolding of your life, and find peace in the knowledge that everything has a purpose. By loving your fate, you turn every situation to your advantage. Number 10. Focus on today's tasks to alleviate anxiety about the future. The Stoics taught that worrying about the future is futile and distracts from the present moment, where our true power lies. By concentrating on what you can do today, you harness your energy and attention effectively. The future is uncertain and beyond your direct control. but the actions you take now can shape it positively. Break down your goals into manageable tasks and tackle them one by one. This approach not only reduces anxiety, but also enhances productivity and a sense of accomplishment. When you focus on today's tasks, you are fully engaged in the present, making each moment count. This mindfulness brings clarity and calm, enabling you to handle challenges with greater ease. Moreover, by taking care of the present, you lay a solid foundation for the future. Trust that by giving your best effort today, you're preparing yourself for whatever tomorrow may bring. Let go of the need to predict or control the future, and instead immerse yourself in the here and now. This practice of focusing on today's tasks cultivates a sense of peace and empowers you to live more fully and effectively. Number 11. Avoid complaints as they hinder personal growth. The Stoics believed that complaining is a waste of energy and a sign of weakness. It focuses attention on what is wrong rather than what can be improved. Complaints create a negative mindset, fostering dissatisfaction and helplessness. Instead of complaining, take constructive action. When faced with a problem, seek solutions and opportunities for learning. Every challenge is a chance to develop resilience and resourcefulness. By reframing difficulties as growth opportunities, you shift your focus from what is lacking to what can be gained. This proactive approach empowers you and fosters a positive outlook. Complaining also affects those around you, spreading negativity and lowering morale. Cultivate a habit of gratitude and positivity. Focus on the aspects of your life that are within your control and take responsibility for your actions. When you feel the urge to complain, pause and reflect on how you can address the situation constructively. This mindset not only enhances your personal growth, but also sets a positive example for others. By avoiding complaints and embracing a proactive attitude, you build a stronger, more resilient character and contribute to a more positive and productive environment. Number 12. Time is fleeting, so postpone nothing and stay present. The Stoics remind us that life is short and uncertain. The only moment we truly have is the present. Procrastination is the thief of time, robbing us of the opportunity to live fully and meaningfully. Each moment wasted is a moment lost forever. Embrace the urgency of now and commit to living each day with purpose and intention. Prioritize your tasks and focus on what truly matters. Do not defer your dreams and goals to a future that is not guaranteed. Take decisive action today, for tomorrow is uncertain. Staying present means fully engaging in each moment, appreciating its value and potential. It means letting go of regrets about the past and anxieties about the future. By living in the present, you maximize your effectiveness and enrich your life. This mindfulness enhances your experiences, deepens your relationships, and brings a sense of fulfillment. Time is the most precious resource we have. Once it is gone, it cannot be reclaimed. Cherish it, use it wisely, and make the most of every moment. By staying present and postponing nothing, you honor the gift of life and create a legacy of purpose and action. Number 13. Manage time wisely, understanding that time spent is life spent. The Stoics valued the mindful use of time, recognizing it as our most precious resource. Every moment you spend is a part of your life you can never get back. Therefore, it is essential to use your time wisely and intentionally. Prioritize activities that align with your values and contribute to your personal growth and well-being. Avoid distractions and time-wasting habits that do not serve your goals. Plan your days thoughtfully, setting clear priorities and boundaries. Remember that each day is an opportunity to move closer to your aspirations. Treat time as a valuable currency, spending it on things that matter most to you. This mindset not only enhances productivity, but also brings a deeper sense of fulfillment and purpose. Reflect regularly on how you spend your time and make adjustments as needed to stay aligned with your goals. By managing your time wisely, you take control of your life and make the most of the limited time you have. The mindful use of time leads to a more focused, intentional, and meaningful life, allowing you to achieve your fullest potential. Number 14, have a clear direction and purpose to succeed. The Stoics believed that a well-defined sense of purpose is crucial for a fulfilling life. Without direction, we drift aimlessly, easily swayed by external circumstances and distractions. To succeed, you must know where you are going and why. Clarify your goals and values and align your actions with them. This clarity provides a roadmap for your life, guiding your decisions and actions. It instills a sense of purpose and motivation, driving you to persevere even in the face of obstacles. A clear direction helps you stay focused and resilient, reducing the likelihood of being derailed by setbacks. Reflect on your passions and strengths and consider how they can contribute to your overall purpose. Set specific, achievable goals that move you closer to your vision. Regularly review and adjust your goals to ensure they remain aligned with your evolving values and circumstances. By having a clear direction and purpose, you create a sense of meaning and fulfillment in your life. It gives you the motivation to overcome challenges and the resilience to stay committed to your path. With a clear purpose, you can navigate life with confidence and achieve lasting success. Number 15. Live purposefully, recognizing the brevity of life. The Stoics often reflected on the fleeting nature of existence, urging us to live with intention and urgency. Life is short and time is precious. To live purposefully means to align your actions with your core values and long-term goals. It involves making deliberate choices that contribute to a meaningful and fulfilling life. Avoid distractions and superficial pursuits that do not serve your deeper purpose. Embrace the present moment, fully engaging in your activities and relationships. This mindful approach enhances your experiences and brings a sense of fulfillment. Reflect regularly on your priorities and ensure that your daily actions align with them. By living purposefully, you make the most of the limited time you have. You focus on what truly matters and let go of what does not. This practice not only enriches your own life, but also positively impacts those around you. Recognizing the brevity of life instills a sense of urgency and motivation to live fully and authentically. Embrace this Stoic wisdom and commit to living each day with purpose and intention, making your life a reflection of your highest values and aspirations. Number 16, focus on tasks with minimal distractions to maximize effectiveness. The Stoics emphasize the importance of concentration and discipline. In our fast-paced, distraction-filled world, maintaining focus can be challenging, but is crucial for productivity and success. Identify the tasks that are most important and dedicate your full attention to them. Eliminate or minimize distractions, whether they are digital notifications, unnecessary meetings, or cluttered environments. Create a conducive workspace that fosters concentration and clarity. Practice mindfulness techniques to enhance your ability to stay present and focused. This disciplined approach not only improves the quality of your work, but also reduces stress and increases satisfaction. By giving your full attention to one task at a time, you enhance your efficiency and achieve better results. This practice also fosters a sense of accomplishment and progress, motivating you to continue striving for excellence. Prioritize deep work and avoid multitasking, which can dilute your efforts and reduce overall productivity. Remember, the quality of your work is directly related to the quality of your attention. By focusing on tasks with minimal distractions, you maximize your effectiveness and make significant strides toward your goals. Number 17, use your life to be extraordinary. Every moment is a gift, an opportunity to rise above mediocrity and leave a mark on the world. The Stoics teach us that life is fleeting, a brief flicker in an eternity of darkness. Why waste it on trivialities? Channel your inner potential, strive for greatness, and aim to be a person of value. Extraordinary lives are not the result of extraordinary circumstances, but of extraordinary efforts. Choose to be extraordinary in your thoughts, actions, and character. Set high standards for yourself and pursue them relentlessly. Remember, it is not the external achievements that define an extraordinary life, but the inner virtues cultivated along the way. Live with purpose, integrity, and a commitment to excellence. Your legacy is built one decision at a time, one action at a time. Be the person who inspires others, who makes a difference, and who lives with intention. Do not settle for a life of quiet desperation. Instead, embrace the challenge of becoming the best version of yourself. The world needs extraordinary people, and you have the power to be one of them. Seize the day and make your life a testament to the greatness within you. Number 18, recognize the importance of working together. The Stoics valued community and cooperation, understanding that human beings thrive in collaboration. In a world that often emphasizes individual achievement, it is essential to remember the power of working together. Collective efforts amplify individual strengths and compensate for weaknesses. When you collaborate with others, you gain diverse perspectives and skills that enhance your own capabilities. Embrace opportunities to work as part of a team, whether in personal, professional, or community settings. Practice active listening, empathy, and open communication to build strong, trusting relationships. By valuing the contributions of others, you foster a spirit of cooperation and mutual respect. This approach not only improves outcomes, but also enriches your experiences and connections. Recognize that we are stronger together than apart. Working collaboratively teaches humility, patience, and the value of shared goals. It creates a sense of belonging and purpose, enhancing overall well-being. By prioritizing teamwork and collaboration, you contribute to a more cohesive, supportive, and successful environment. This Stoic principle reminds us that our individual actions impact the larger community and that we thrive best when we work together. Number 19. Treat each day and hour as a precious gift. The Stoics believed in the sanctity of time, urging us to live each moment fully and mindfully. Every day presents a new opportunity to grow, learn, and make a positive impact. Approach each day with gratitude and intention, recognizing its inherent value. Avoid wasting time on trivial pursuits or idle distractions. Instead, focus on activities that align with your values and contribute to your goals. Reflect on the transient nature of life and let this awareness motivate you to make the most of every hour. Prioritize meaningful experiences and relationships and invest your time in what truly matters. This mindful approach enhances your sense of fulfillment and purpose. By treating each day as a gift, you cultivate a deeper appreciation for life and its possibilities. This perspective encourages you to live with urgency and intention, making deliberate choices that enrich your life. Embrace the present moment, for it is the only time you truly have. By honoring the gift of time, you create a life that is not only productive, but also deeply rewarding and meaningful. Number 20. Stop letting your potential lie dormant and give your best effort each day. The Stoics believed that each of us has untapped potential waiting to be realized. Do not allow fear, doubt, or complacency to hold you back. Every day is an opportunity to move closer to your fullest potential. Embrace a mindset of growth and possibility, pushing yourself to excel in all areas of life. Take consistent action towards your goals, no matter how small. Each effort builds momentum and brings you closer to your aspirations. Reflect on your strengths and areas for improvement, and make a conscious effort to develop them. Seek feedback, learn from your experiences, and stay committed to your personal and professional growth. By giving your best effort each day, you honor your potential and create a life of purpose and fulfillment. Remember, greatness is not achieved overnight, but through persistent, dedicated effort. Do not settle for mediocrity. Strive for excellence in everything you do. This commitment to your potential not only enhances your own life, but also inspires and elevates those around you. Embrace your capabilities and make the most of every opportunity to grow and excel. As we conclude this journey through the wisdom of Stoic principles, remember that every day is an opportunity to apply these timeless teachings and transform your life. The power to conquer your day lies within you, guided by the strength of your character and the clarity of your purpose. If you found value in these Stoic rules and are inspired to incorporate them into your daily routine, don't stop here. Embrace the path of continuous growth and resilience, and let the wisdom of Stoicism guide you towards a more fulfilling and purposeful life. If you enjoyed this video and want to dive deeper into wisdom that can elevate every aspect of your life, like this video and subscribe to the Wiser channel. Join our community of seekers, thinkers, and doers who are committed to living extraordinary lives. Share this video with those who could benefit from a dose of ancient wisdom in their modern lives. Thank you for watching, and remember, every day is a new chance to live with intention, strength, and virtue. Stay wise, stay resilient, and stay tuned for more powerful insights on the Wiser channel. Have you ever felt like a pawn in someone else's game? Like a disposable tool used and discarded at their convenience? In a world where genuine connections are increasingly rare, it's crucial to identify the wolves in sheep's clothing, those who masquerade as friends but harbor ulterior motives. In this eye-opening exploration, we'll delve into the 10 telltale attitudes that expose a person's true colors, revealing that their concern for you is nothing more than a facade. Brace yourself as we unravel the threads of deceit and manipulation, empowering you to create a life surrounded by authentic, nurturing relationships. 1. The chameleon's selective availability. Picture this: you're in the midst of a crisis, desperately in need of a listening ear and a shoulder to lean on. You reach out to someone you consider a friend, only to be met with deafening silence. Days pass, and your messages remain unread, your calls unanswered. Yet when they require a favor or need something from you, they miraculously reappear, ready to engage. This selective availability is a glaring red flag, exposing the one-sided nature of the relationship. True friends are there through thick and thin, not just when it's convenient for them. If you find yourself consistently on the giving end, while your own needs are neglected, it's time to reassess the dynamic. 2. The narcissist's lack of personal interest. In the tapestry of genuine friendship, curiosity and empathy are the golden threads that bind hearts together. A true friend is invested in your life, eager to learn about your dreams, fears, and daily struggles. They listen attentively, offering support and celebrating your triumphs. However, when you encounter someone who rarely inquires about your well-being, focusing solely on their own needs and desires, it's a clear indication that you are merely a means to an end. They see you as a resource to be tapped rather than a multifaceted individual with intrinsic worth. This lack of personal interest is a billboard announcing loud and clear that their concern for you is superficial at best. 3. The manipulator's guilt trips and emotional blackmail. Manipulators are master puppeteers, skillfully pulling the strings of guilt and obligation to bend you to their will. They wield phrases like, "If you were really my friend, you would," as weapons, aiming to coerce you into compliance. These guilt trips are a form of emotional blackmail designed to erode your boundaries and exploit your kindness. In healthy relationships, respect and free will are the cornerstones, not manipulation and coercion. If someone consistently employs these tactics, it's a glaring sign that they prioritize their own agenda over your well-being. It's time to cut the strings and reclaim your autonomy. 4. The disrespectful leech's persistent lack of consideration. Respect is the lifeblood of any meaningful relationship. It's the understanding that your time, energy, and needs are just as valuable as theirs. When someone consistently disregards your boundaries, showing up late, canceling plans last minute, or demanding your attention at inappropriate times, they are broadcasting their lack of respect for you. This persistent pattern of disrespectful behavior, without any genuine effort to change, is a neon sign indicating that they view you as a disposable commodity. It's time to set firm boundaries and demand the respect you deserve. 5. The shallow socialite's superficial bonding. In the realm of authentic connections, depth is the key that unlocks the doors to meaningful relationships. When conversations consistently remain at a surface level, never venturing beyond small talk and trivial topics, it's a red flag that the person is not invested in truly getting to know you. They may be pleasant company for a casual encounter, but their lack of interest in your inner world reveals the shallow nature of the bond. Reflect on whether this connection offers genuine growth and mutual understanding, or if it's merely a mirage of friendship. 6. The fair weather friend's absence in crucial moments. Life is a tapestry woven with moments of joy and sorrow, triumph and adversity. It is during the darkest hours that true friendships shine the brightest. When you find yourself navigating a storm, a genuine friend is there to weather it with you, offering unwavering support and empathy. However, if someone is conspicuously absent during your times of need, offering only superficial platitudes or empty promises, it's a glaring sign that their commitment to the relationship is conditional. True friends stand by you, not just in the sunshine, but in the rain as well. 7. The opportunist's calculated connections. In the world of social climbing, some individuals view relationships as mere rungs on a ladder to success. They strategically align themselves with those they perceive as beneficial to their goals, only to discard them when they've outlived their usefulness. If you notice someone consistently gravitating towards those with influence, power, or status while neglecting genuine connections, it's a red flag that their interest in you is purely transactional. True friends value you for who you are, not what you can do for them. 8. The competitive frenemies, constant comparison. A true friend celebrates your successes and shares in your joys. However, when someone consistently compares themselves to you, constantly trying to one-up your achievements or downplay your accomplishments, it's a sign that they view you as a rival rather than a friend. This competitive behavior breeds resentment and undermines the foundation of trust and support that genuine friendships are built upon. If you find yourself constantly walking on eggshells, afraid to share your triumphs for fear of triggering their insecurities, it's time to re-evaluate the relationship. 9. The gossip monger's breach of trust. Trust is the cornerstone of any meaningful relationship. When you confide in someone, you trust that they will hold your secrets and vulnerabilities with care and respect. However, if you discover that someone has been sharing your private information with others, gossiping behind your back, or using your confessions against you, it's a glaring sign that they have little regard for your trust and well-being. A true friend protects your privacy and maintains confidentiality, understanding the sacred nature of the bond you share. 10. The toxic critic's constant negativity. In life's journey, we need companions who uplift and inspire us, not those who constantly drag us down with their negativity. If someone consistently criticizes your choices, belittles your dreams, or undermines your self-esteem, it's a red flag that they are not invested in your growth and happiness. A true friend offers constructive feedback and support, encouraging you to be your best self. They celebrate your uniqueness and help you navigate challenges with compassion and wisdom. If you find yourself constantly drained and discouraged after interactions with someone, it's time to reassess the impact they have on your mental and emotional well-being. The importance of emotional boundaries and self-worth. Recognizing these toxic attitudes is the first step in protecting your emotional well-being and cultivating a life filled with genuine reciprocal relationships. It's essential to establish clear boundaries, communicating your needs and expectations with assertiveness and compassion. Surround yourself with individuals who uplift and inspire you, those who celebrate your successes and support you through challenges. Remember, your worth is not defined by how others treat you, but by how you treat yourself. Embrace your inherent value and refuse to settle for relationships that diminish your spirit. Seek out connections that nourish your soul, where mutual respect, empathy, and growth are the foundations. As you navigate the complex landscape of human interactions, trust your intuition and the wisdom gained from experience. Be willing to let go of those who consistently drain your energy and erode your self-esteem. Instead, invest in relationships that inspire you to be your best self, where love, respect, and authenticity are the guiding lights. In a world where genuine connections are precious gems, it's crucial to be discerning in who you allow into your inner circle. By recognizing the 10 attitudes of those who don't truly care, you empower yourself to create a life surrounded by individuals who value and cherish you for who you are. So, dear viewer, embrace your worth, set healthy boundaries, and cultivate relationships that uplift your spirit. Remember, you are deserving of love, respect, and genuine connection. Don't settle for anything less.
Here are 10 terrible signs someone is being totally fake with you. Have you ever felt like someone's kind words or friendly gestures weren't what they seemed? Like there was something beneath the surface, an agenda you couldn't quite put your finger on. These moments can be unsettling and leave you doubting not just them, but even yourself. Imagine confiding in a friend during your darkest hour, only to find out they were nowhere to be found when you needed them most. Or realizing someone who seems genuinely interested in your success is secretly envious and undermining you behind your back. These subtle betrayals can erode trust and emotional stability, pulling you into a spiral of doubt and frustration. But what if you could spot the signs of insincerity before they cause damage? In this video, we'll uncover 10 glaring signs someone is being totally fake with you, signs that are often hidden in plain sight. More importantly, we'll explore how you can apply Stoic wisdom to protect your peace of mind and navigate these tricky relationships with strength and clarity. Whether it's a friend, a colleague, or even a family member, you'll learn how to see through their mask, regain control, and maintain your inner calm. Stick around, because these lessons might just transform the way you approach every relationship in your life. 1. They're never there when you need them. I remember a time when I truly believed that a particular friend would always have my back. We had shared so many good times, and I thought those moments built a bond strong enough to weather any storm. But then, life threw a curveball. I was facing immense pressure at work, feeling utterly exhausted and emotionally drained. I needed someone to talk to, someone who could listen and just be there. Naturally, I turned to this friend. I called, hoping for some comfort, but instead I got excuses. "I'm too busy right now," or "I'll call you back later." That call never came. At first, I felt betrayed and deeply hurt. It was like a mirror reflecting back all the times I had rushed to their side, ready to support them without hesitation. I thought to myself, how could someone who claims to care about me vanish when I need them the most? Slowly, the realization dawned on me. This relationship wasn't as mutual as I'd believed. My giving nature was being taken for granted, and their absence during my struggles revealed the imbalance. That's when I turned to Stoic wisdom for guidance. Marcus Aurelius teaches us to not place our hopes in things beyond our control. This includes the actions and choices of others. It hit me. I was putting too much emotional weight on someone else's presence, when in truth, the only constant I could rely on was myself. Instead of dwelling on the hurt, I chose to see this as a valuable lesson. People who aren't there for you during tough times are not necessarily malicious. They might just lack the capacity or willingness to meet you on the same emotional plane. But it's not my job to change them. My responsibility lies in protecting my peace and adjusting my expectations. Now, I approach friendships with more clarity. I don't shut people out entirely, but I do maintain a healthy distance with those who've shown me their limits. I cherish the friends who show up when it matters, but I no longer feel crushed when others don't. Stoicism has taught me that my inner strength is my best defense against disappointment. Instead of leaning too heavily on others, I've learned to stand tall on my own, appreciating those who walk beside me without expecting them to carry my burdens. This mindset shift didn't happen overnight, and it hasn't been easy. There are still moments when I feel the sting of unmet expectations, but when those feelings arise, I remind myself of Epictetus's words. "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." These words give me the strength to navigate relationships with a calm heart and a steady mind. By recognizing that not everyone is meant to stay during life's storms, I've made room for more meaningful connections. The relationships I value most now are the ones built on mutual respect, trust, and presence, especially when it counts. 2. They never reach out first. For the longest time, I was the kind of person who believed in making the effort to keep relationships alive. If someone mattered to me, I didn't hesitate to call, send a message, or plan a meetup. But over time, I noticed a pattern. I was always the one initiating. Whether it was a simple, "How are you doing?" or planning a coffee date, the effort was always coming from my side. It made me wonder, if I stopped reaching out, would they even notice my absence? One day, I decided to test it. I stopped calling, texting, or arranging plans with a particular friend I thought was close to me. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. To my surprise, and if I'm honest, my disappointment, I didn't hear from them. Not a single message or call. At first, it hurt. I kept thinking, was I that insignificant to them? Did our friendship mean so little? But then I realized this wasn't about my worth. It was about their priorities. This is where Stoic wisdom came to my rescue. Epictetus teaches us that we shouldn't expect others to act in ways that align with our desires. Instead, we should focus on our own actions and what we can control. I had been clinging to the expectation that my effort would be reciprocated, but that expectation was setting me up for disappointment. It was a harsh truth to face, but it was also liberating. By stepping back, I learned to observe relationships more objectively. If someone genuinely cares, they'll make the effort. It may not always look the same as my effort, but the intention will be there. And if it's not, that's a sign that the relationship may not be as balanced as I thought. This doesn't mean I cut ties or hold grudges. Stoicism encourages us to approach life with equanimity, recognizing that people act according to their own nature. Instead of feeling angry or hurt, I began to shift my energy toward people who valued my presence without needing constant reminders. One particular instance stands out. A friend I had stopped reaching out to eventually did notice my absence, but it took over a year. When they finally called, their words were polite, but lacked the warmth of someone who genuinely missed me. That call confirmed what I had suspected. I was more of a convenience than a priority in their life. It was a bittersweet moment, but it reinforced the importance of focusing on relationships with mutual effort and care. These days, I make a conscious effort to invest in people who show up without needing a nudge. I've found that by lowering my expectations and observing how others act without my prompting, I can identify the connections that truly matter. And when I feel the pang of disappointment creeping in, I remind myself of Marcus Aurelius' wisdom. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. This strength has helped me find peace in letting go of unbalanced relationships and cherishing the ones that thrive on mutual respect. 3. They only focus on themselves. Have you ever been in a conversation where you felt invisible? Where no matter how much you tried to share about your life, the discussion always circled back to the other person? I've experienced this more times than I'd like to admit. There was a friend of mine who seemed incapable of talking about anything other than their own life. Their stories were endless, about their job, their vacations, their problems. And every time I tried to interject, to share something about myself, it was like my words were lost in the noise. At first, I told myself they were just going through a rough time and needed someone to listen. But the pattern continued. Even when I brought up something meaningful to me, a struggle, a success, or even just a funny anecdote, they'd barely acknowledge it before redirecting the focus back to themselves. It felt draining, like I was merely an audience to their one-person show. This left me questioning the friendship. Was this person truly my friend, or was I just someone they used for validation and attention? Stoic wisdom provided me with clarity. Marcus Aurelius reminds us to live in harmony with nature, ours and others. People who dominate conversations and dismiss others' needs are often acting out of their own insecurities. Recognizing this, I stopped taking their behavior personally. Instead of feeling hurt or resentful, I used this realization to reevaluate the relationship. Epictetus teaches us that we should not expect others to be what we want them to be. We can only decide how we respond to their actions. I chose to set boundaries and stop overextending myself in this friendship. I started to shift my energy toward people who valued mutual sharing, where both of us felt heard and supported. Over time, I found a balance. I still interact with this friend, but I no longer expect deep, meaningful reciprocity. I save my vulnerable moments and important conversations for people who truly listen and care. The most transformative part of this process was the self-awareness I gained. I began to ask myself, am I showing up for others in the way I wish they'd show up for me? That introspection allowed me to improve not only my relationships, but also the way I connect with others. The truth is, we can't control how others behave, but we can control who we allow into our inner circle. By applying Stoic principles, I've learned to embrace relationships where listening and sharing are mutual acts of care. For those who can't meet me halfway, I've learned to let go with grace. As Seneca says, associate with people who are likely to improve you. This simple advice has helped me focus on nurturing connections that leave me feeling fulfilled and seen, rather than drained and disregarded. 4. They forget what you share. I'll never forget the time I excitedly shared a big milestone with a friend. I had just enrolled in a course I'd been dreaming about for years, and over coffee I poured my heart out, talking about my goals and what this meant for me. My friend smiled and nodded as I spoke, and I walked away from that conversation feeling like they genuinely cared. But the next time we met, it was as if that conversation had never happened. They didn't ask about the course, didn't follow up on my progress, and when I brought it up, I got a blank look. It hit me hard. How could something so important to me be so forgettable to someone I considered close? At first, I felt undervalued. I thought, if they truly cared about me, they'd remember. But Stoic philosophy helped me see this situation differently. Epictetus teaches us not to place our happiness in the actions of others. Their forgetfulness wasn't a reflection of my worth. It was a reflection of where I stood in their life. This realization shifted my perspective from one of hurt to one of clarity. I began to notice a pattern. The people who truly cared didn't just listen, they remembered. They'd bring up things I'd mentioned weeks ago, even small details, like a trip I was planning or a book I wanted to read. Their attentiveness showed me that I mattered to them, not just in the moment, but in an ongoing way. On the other hand, those who forgot my stories, goals, or struggles often had their own priorities that overshadowed any real interest in me. I don't hold it against them. It's not my place to demand someone's attention. But I've learned to adjust my expectations accordingly. Stoicism teaches us to approach such situations with equanimity, understanding that not everyone will value us in the way we hope. Since then, I've become more intentional about whom I open up to. I save my vulnerable moments for people who listen with their hearts, not just their ears. And for those who don't, I've learned to let go of the need for validation. As Marcus Aurelius advises, the best revenge is not to be like your enemy. Instead of being dismissive or distant in return, I choose to live with integrity, being the kind of listener I wish others would be. Now, when I reflect on that forgotten conversation, I don't feel hurt anymore. It was a valuable lesson, one that helped me prioritize relationships that are truly meaningful. Life is too short to invest deeply in connections that lack depth. By focusing on those who genuinely care, I've built a circle of friends who enrich my life and make me feel seen. And for the others, I treat them with kindness, but keep my expectations low. That balance has brought me a sense of peace and clarity I didn't have before. 5. They always want something from you. I once had a friend who seemed genuinely interested in my life, or so I thought. They would ask about my work, my goals, even my struggles, and for a while I felt valued and understood. But over time, I started noticing a pattern. Their interest wasn't rooted in care or curiosity. It was transactional. Every conversation eventually led to a request, a favor, advice, or help with something they needed. At first, I brushed it off. They probably just need a hand, I told myself. But the requests kept coming, and when I needed support, they were nowhere to be found. Once, when I was facing a tough financial situation, I hesitated, but finally reached out for a small loan. This same friend who had borrowed from me multiple times without hesitation suddenly had excuses. "I'm short on cash," or "let me get back to you." I wasn't angry. I was disappointed. It became clear that our relationship was one-sided. That's when Stoic wisdom gave me clarity. Marcus Aurelius teaches us to understand others' motives without anger or judgment. People often act in ways that serve their own needs, but it's up to us to recognize these patterns and protect our peace. I realized that this friend wasn't necessarily malicious. They simply prioritized what they could gain over genuine connection. Instead of confronting them or harboring resentment, I quietly adjusted my boundaries. I stopped going out of my way to fulfill their requests, redirecting my energy to relationships that felt balanced and reciprocal. This wasn't easy. I cared about this friend and wanted to believe they could change. But as Epictetus reminds us, it is not events that disturb us, but our interpretation of them. Their actions were a reflection of who they were, not a reflection of my worth. Over time, I began to value the freedom that came with setting boundaries. I no longer felt drained or exploited because I stopped overextending myself. And when I did give, it was out of genuine care, not obligation or hope for reciprocation. Stoicism taught me the power of selective giving, to offer help to those who truly appreciate it and return it when they can. This shift in perspective has transformed the way I approach relationships. I no longer feel bitter about the friends who only take. I simply see them for who they are. As Seneca advises, withdraw into yourself as much as you can. Associate with those who make you a better person. Instead of cutting ties completely, I keep such individuals at a respectful distance, engaging with them only when it feels right for me. Now, I focus on relationships built on mutual respect and support. When someone genuinely needs help, I offer it freely, knowing it comes from a place of strength, not expectation. And for those who are only in it for themselves, I let them be, preserving my peace and energy for those who truly matter. This approach has brought more balance and fulfillment into my life. 6. They talk behind your back. I'll never forget the sinking feeling I got when I found out a close colleague had been speaking negatively about me behind my back. At first, I dismissed the rumors, thinking they must have misunderstood. But as the subtle comments and awkward interactions piled up, I realized the truth. This was someone I trusted, someone I had confided in during stressful times, yet they had chosen to use my vulnerabilities as fodder for gossip. The betrayal stung. My initial reaction was anger and a strong urge to confront them. How could they do this to me, I thought. But before acting impulsively, I turned to Stoic teachings. Marcus Aurelius writes, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Their actions were beyond my control, but how I responded was entirely up to me. Instead of confronting them in anger, I chose to distance myself calmly. I reminded myself that their words didn't define me. They reflected their own insecurities and need for validation. Epictetus teaches us that we should only concern ourselves with things within our sphere of control. What they said about me, or how others perceived me because of it, wasn't my responsibility. My focus needed to be on staying true to my values and maintaining my inner peace. To protect myself emotionally, I began limiting the personal information I shared with this person and others like them. I realized that not everyone deserves to hear your struggles or your triumphs. Stoicism emphasizes prudence, being careful about whom we allow into our inner circle. The most profound lesson came from Marcus Aurelius. When someone wrongs you, ask yourself what made them do it. Once you understand their motives, you'll feel compassion rather than anger. While I didn't excuse their behavior, I recognized it likely stemmed from their own fears, jealousy, or desire to fit in. This understanding softened my resentment and allowed me to move forward without bitterness. Now, when I hear gossip or sense betrayal, I respond differently. Instead of letting it consume me, I see it as noise, irrelevant to my sense of self-worth. Stoicism has taught me to focus on what truly matters: my own actions, values, and integrity. By refusing to let others' negativity dictate my emotions, I've found a sense of strength and resilience that gossip can't touch. In the end, I realized that betrayal can also be a gift. It reveals who truly belongs in your life and who doesn't. It taught me to cultivate relationships with those who uplift and respect me, while letting go of those who don't. Now, I walk through life with a clearer understanding of who I can trust and an unwavering commitment to my peace of mind. Stoicism has helped me see that no matter what someone says about me, their words don't change my character. Only my reaction to them has that power. 7. They act differently with different people. There was a time when I deeply admired a friend for their charisma. They could effortlessly adapt to any social situation, blending in with different groups of people. At first, I thought it was a sign of their social intelligence. But the more I observed, the more I noticed inconsistencies in their behavior. With me, they were warm and supportive, but in the presence of more influential or successful people, they became someone else entirely, more attentive, more engaged, and far less genuine toward me. It felt unsettling. I started to wonder, is this person truly my friend, or am I just convenient for them in certain settings? The final straw came during a group dinner when I needed their support in a discussion, but they sided with others to gain favor, leaving me feeling betrayed. It was then I realized their behavior wasn't about building relationships. It was about self-interest. In moments like these, Stoic wisdom provides clarity. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, waste no more time arguing about what a good person should be. Be one. Instead of dwelling on their actions, I turned inward and reflected on my own values. Did I want to surround myself with people who shifted their loyalty and integrity based on who was watching? Or did I want to cultivate relationships with those who were steady, authentic, and consistent? I began to understand that people who act differently with different groups often lack a strong internal compass. They are driven by external validation, seeking to impress others rather than living in harmony with their true nature. While I couldn't change this person, I could decide how much space they occupied in my life. Epictetus teaches us to observe without judgment and act without attachment. I didn't cut ties with this friend entirely, but I adjusted my expectations. I stopped looking to them for support or loyalty, and instead kept our interactions light and surface level. This allowed me to maintain peace without feeling hurt by their actions. At the same time, I started paying closer attention to the people who treated me consistently, regardless of who was around. These were the friends who valued me for who I was, not for what I could offer or who I could connect them to. I made a conscious effort to invest more time and energy into these relationships, which brought me a sense of fulfillment and security. Now, when I encounter people who shift their behavior to suit their audience, I don't take it personally. I see it as a reflection of their insecurities, not my worth. As Seneca advises, associate with those who will make a better man of you. By choosing to focus on genuine relationships and keeping my distance from those who lack authenticity, I found a sense of calm and clarity in my social interactions. Their inconsistency no longer affects me, because I've built my inner circle on trust, respect, and unwavering sincerity. 8. They use flattery instead of genuine praise. I used to have a colleague who would always compliment me, sometimes excessively. "You're so amazing at this," or "I don't know how you do it. You're incredible," they'd say at every opportunity. At first it felt nice. Who doesn't enjoy a little recognition? But over time, something felt off. The compliments were always broad and over the top, lacking any real depth. It became clear they weren't appreciating my efforts. They were using flattery as a tool to get on my good side. The turning point came when they asked me for a favor, a big one. They needed me to advocate for them on a project they weren't qualified for. When I hesitated, their demeanor shifted. The flattery disappeared, replaced by subtle frustration. That's when I realized their kind words weren't genuine. They were transactional. Stoic wisdom helped me process this experience. Epictetus advises us to consider things as they are, not as we wish them to be. Their excessive praise wasn't a reflection of my talents, but of their own motives. Once I saw it for what it was, I could stop feeling conflicted about their behavior and focus on protecting my boundaries. Flattery, unlike genuine praise, often seeks to manipulate. Real compliments are thoughtful and specific. They come without strings attached. Once I understood this, I became more attuned to the difference. I started to notice how people who genuinely valued me would compliment my work or character with sincerity, while those who didn't were vague and opportunistic. Instead of feeling hurt or resentful, I chose to see flattery as a lesson. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." I began to apply this principle in my own interactions, offering honest praise only when I truly meant it. This helped me build stronger, more authentic relationships. I also learned to set boundaries with flatterers. I didn't cut them off entirely, but I became cautious about their motives. I stopped feeling obligated to fulfill their requests just because they had showered me with compliments. Instead, I focused on maintaining integrity and making decisions based on my values, not external validation. These days, I value sincerity over empty words. I've learned to appreciate the rare people who take the time to notice the little things, specific efforts, thoughtful actions, or moments of kindness. Their praise is genuine and heartfelt, and it builds trust instead of eroding it. By approaching relationships with clarity and caution, I've cultivated a circle of people who uplift me with honesty rather than manipulate me with flattery, and for those who use words as tools for their own gain. I let them talk, but I keep my peace, knowing their words are only as meaningful as the actions that follow. 9. They avoid responsibility for their actions. I once had a friend who seemed perfect on the surface, charming, fun, and always ready with a joke to lighten the mood. But when things went wrong, the cracks started to show. Whenever they made a mistake or caused an issue, they had a knack for shifting the blame. Whether it was blaming circumstances, other people, or even me, they'd always find a way to avoid taking responsibility. One instance stands out vividly. We had planned a group project together, and their portion of the work wasn't completed on time. When I gently brought it up, hoping to find a solution, they deflected. "Well, if you had reminded me earlier, this wouldn't have happened." I was stunned. Instead of acknowledging their role, they turned the problem back on me. It left me feeling frustrated and undervalued. At first, I internalized their behavior. Maybe I should have reminded them, I thought. But after reflecting, I realized the issue wasn't my oversight. It was their unwillingness to own up to their actions. That's when Stoic philosophy provided the clarity I needed. Marcus Aurelius advises, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." This helped me see that I could hold myself accountable for my actions without letting others' lack of responsibility weigh on me. I stopped trying to make excuses for them and instead focused on what I could control, how I chose to respond. I began setting boundaries and made it clear that I couldn't shoulder the blame for things outside my influence. Over time, I also learned to recognize the signs of someone unwilling to take responsibility, patterns of deflection, excuses, and an inability to admit fault. Epictetus reminds us that we cannot control others' behavior, only our response to it. Armed with this understanding, I no longer felt the need to argue or defend myself when this friend shifted blame. Instead, I calmly pointed out the facts and let them sit with their own accountability, or lack thereof. Their reactions no longer triggered anger or frustration in me because I had shifted my focus to maintaining my peace. This experience taught me the importance of surrounding myself with people who value growth and accountability. Mistakes are human, but how we handle them reveals our character. I now gravitate toward those who admit when they're wrong and work to make things right, as they inspire me to do the same. For those who avoid responsibility, I've learned not to expect change unless they're willing to reflect and grow. Instead, I limit their influence in my life. Seneca wisely reminds us, "Associate with those who will make a better man of you." By holding myself to high standards while tolerating others' limitations without resentment, I've found a sense of calm and clarity in my relationships. In the end, I've embraced the Stoic principle of focusing on what I can control, my actions, my values, and my peace of mind. That shift has freed me from the emotional burden of others' irresponsibility and allowed me to invest in relationships where accountability is mutual. 10. They're unwilling to celebrate your success. I'll never forget the time I shared a personal victory with someone I considered a close friend. I'd worked tirelessly on a project, pouring my energy and focus into it, and when it finally paid off, I couldn't wait to share the news. But instead of excitement or congratulations, I was met with indifference. They quickly changed the subject, as if my success didn't matter, or worse, as if it bothered them. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe they were having a bad day, I thought. But the pattern repeated itself. Anytime I achieved something meaningful, their responses were lukewarm at best, or dismissive at worst. I started to notice that they were quick to talk about their own accomplishments, but unwilling to acknowledge mine. It hurt more than I expected. I began to question, why can't they be happy for me? That's when I turned to Stoicism for guidance. Seneca reminds us that we suffer more often in imagination than in reality. Their reaction didn't diminish my success. It only revealed something about them. Perhaps they felt inadequate or envious, but their behavior wasn't about me. It was a reflection of their own insecurities. Instead of feeling angry or hurt, I chose to adjust my perspective. Epictetus teaches us to focus only on what we can control, and in this case, I couldn't control how they felt about my achievements. What I could control was how I responded. I stopped seeking validation from people who couldn't genuinely celebrate my joy, and instead turned to those who uplifted me. Over time, I started to prioritize relationships where mutual encouragement was the norm. True friends share in your joy, just as they stand by you in your struggles. Their happiness for your success is a reflection of their love and respect for you. And when I found those kinds of connections, they felt like a breath of fresh air, genuine, supportive, and fulfilling. I also began to examine my own reactions to others' achievements. Am I truly happy for their success? Do I offer heartfelt congratulations without comparing their progress to mine? This self-reflection helped me grow into someone who can give joy freely, knowing it's not a competition. Marcus Aurelius advises us to rejoice in the present. Celebrating someone else's success doesn't take away from our own. It enriches our shared experience. By embodying this wisdom, I've found greater peace and fulfillment in my relationships. Now, when I encounter someone who struggles to celebrate my wins, I don't let it bring me down. I understand their reaction isn't about me, and I no longer need their validation to feel proud of what I've accomplished. Instead, I focus on maintaining gratitude for the people who truly support me, cultivating a circle of friends and loved ones who inspire me to keep striving and growing. In the end, their presence is worth far more than the fleeting approval of those who can't see past their own insecurities. Spotting these 10 signs of insincerity isn't just about protecting yourself from fake people. It's about fostering healthier, more meaningful relationships built on mutual respect and authenticity. By recognizing these behaviors and applying the wisdom of Stoic philosophy, you can navigate life with strength, clarity, and peace of mind. If this video resonated with you, don't forget to give it a thumbs up. It really helps the channel grow. Also, make sure to hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a new video packed with insights to empower your life. Most importantly, I'd love to hear from you. Which of these signs stood out to you the most? Have you encountered any of these in your relationships? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. I read every one of them and can't wait to hear your stories. Thank you for watching, and remember, by staying true to yourself and your values, you'll attract the right people into your life. Until next time, stay strong, stay wise, and keep growing.